Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Mwararaje, meamkaje, msize bulungi. Are we okay? I'm talking to you. Don't worry about these empty seats. In PRMT, the right people were? The ones present. The ones who are present are the right people. So, ladies and gentlemen, you're very much welcome to the final day of our Civil Society Conference under the theme Enhancing Civil Society's Sustainability with NGO Laws and Regulations. We have another interesting day today. Okay. Today is another very interesting day, full of energies, just like the energies we had when we were about to start this. Some little reflections for all of us. The 2 days have run so fast. And we are already into the third day. Some of us maybe could still be trying to get to the gist of the conference, but it's about to end. And we have to start asking ourselves, is the conference going through us or we are going through the conference? Some bit of reflection. If you feel that the conference is going through you, then you must chase it so that you go through it. We'll be starting in the next 15 minutes. 8:30 we start, and we always have our belief in the Rwenzori region that whoever is around is the right person. The right number is the number that is there. So we'll start at exactly 8:30. That is in the next 14 minutes. I welcome you again to this final day of our conference. Just a reminder, we have 2 sessions in the morning. One will be led by Kakuru, going to be our main keynote speaker. Mr. Kakuru, please come forward. Some discussions with you about your presentation. And then we shall have 3 breakaway sessions. And the breakaway sessions will be like this. Green will be here in room 1. Yellow will go to room 3. And pink will be in room 2. So that's how we are going to run the day. In the afternoon, we shall give key outcomes of day 3. We shall also have a statement from civil society. And after sharing that statement, we shall close the session of the conference, part 1, and transit into a reception. Reception is going to be informal interaction, informal engagement. We shall have guests from the funding partners, political wing, civil society fraternity, and us, of course. We are all invited. It's going to be a stand-up party. Those who want to dance will dance. And as Edward told us, attendance is not a request, but it's a must. It's a joke. But please be there. Whatever is organized there is for us. So that's why I said at around 4:30, we are closing first phase of this conference. And the reception will be the last phase of the conference. So if you miss out the reception, it means you have missed another big part of the conference itself. As I said, at exactly 8:30, whoever is around is the one we start with. And we have to run the day, run it very well, run it with the energies that we started with on a Monday. I thank you. Good morning again, ladies and gentlemen. Day 3 of our conference. This is our final day. I'm requesting all members outside, all members who are outside there, to come in. All members who are outside there, please come in. Take your seats. Take your seats. And we get started. We agreed to be starting at 8:30. And it's already 8:30. So please, we are giving only 1 minute. Kancha Secretariat kindly help and inform whoever is out there to join in, and we start. Yes. So members, Kancha Secretariat, please help me and have everyone in the house. Have everyone in the house, and we prepare to get started.
Ghana's baddest DJ, DJ Kalonji, the crowd mover.
Once again, I welcome you all to the final day of our Civil Society Conference, themed Enhancing Civil Society Sustainability with NGO Laws and Regulations in Uganda. I welcome you to the final day of our conference, and today the focus is going to be on building relationships, and specifically relationships with DLGs, civil society with district local governments. We've been talking at high level, talking with URSB, URA, those regulators. Today, our concentration is going to be strengthening those cooperations, those relationships with DLGs, your relationships with RDCs, relationships with DNMC. Yesterday we talked about the sub-county NGO monitoring committee, your relationship with the political leadership. So basically, we're talking about our districts. And remember, a good relationship is a catalyst to your effectiveness in your work. Today, we have one keynote speaker, my keynote speaker, and that is Mr. Robert Kakuru, ED of KIK, Uganda. And he's the one who will be kick-starting the day. And then we shall have 3 breakaway sessions. The first breakaway session will be focusing on development of strong partnerships with CSOs and DLGs. And we shall have a gentleman who is also from the Labor Office, Cliff Mirembe. Is Cliff Mirembe around? Oh, Cliff Mirembe, please come in. So Cliff Mirembe will be taking us through that session. It's a breakaway session. And the second breakaway session will be participation of CSOs in policy processes at subnational level. You know, many times we get muzzled up in higher level policy advocacy. But how about the policies at subnational? Those policies that we interact with on a daily basis. And again, we shall be bringing in Kakuru, Robert. He'll be presenting at broader level, and then in a breakaway session, he'll be deepening the discussions, but with more focus on focusing on subnational level. The third breakaway session, ladies and gentlemen, will be digitalization, use of social media accounts to amplify citizen voices. And here we shall be emphasizing aspects of visibility. Yesterday I told you when you light a candle and you cover it with a basket, it lights to none. So what is very important for all of us is to make sure that our work is seen, our work is felt, and our impact is pinching. And that's how relevant we shall be. And this one, a gentleman from it, Mr. Nasasira, I'm seeing Nasasira Gloria. Yes. Anyway, it's the name from the Central. Yes, a lady, Nasasira Gloria, from 8 is the one who will be taking us through. Is Gloria around? She's around. So 8, please, you'll be taking us through session 3. After the breakaway sessions, we shall reconvene, as always, for a plenary, 5 minutes, 5 minutes, 5 minutes, and then a round of Q&As. And then that will lead us to a lunch break. And after lunch break, we shall be back here to share with you and validate the outcomes of civil society. We would also love to use the same period to evaluate ourselves. And the question which I had earlier raised, there are 2 questions. Is the conference going through us, or we are going through the conference? Are they difficult questions? Is the conference going through us, or the conference, we are going through the conference? If the conference is going through you, that means it is moving faster, and you are losing it. And you can imagine the 3 days that you've invested in here. You should be going through the conference, and not the conference going through you. Just if you feel that the conference is moving a little faster, you have a day to catch up. And the day is today. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me at this juncture, open our day with a prayer. And then after the prayer, we shall have the rapporteur taking us through the key outcomes of yesterday. And then we'll have an inspirational talk from Kison. And that will open our day, and we get into the first and the main keynote presentation from Mr. Kakuru. I welcome you again to our final day of our conference and wish you a very enjoyable day of today. Thank you.
Let's stand ourselves in prayer. Heavenly Father, we humble ourselves before you this beautiful morning. We thank you for the gift of life. We thank you for bringing us together here for the third day of our conference. We ask you to be amidst us as we conclude our conference. Chair our deliberations today so that our conclusions, recommendations, and position papers are well developed to empower your people and glorify your name. In the name of Jesus Christ, I have been able to pray. Amen.
Thank you very much. What was your nature name? River Wabakazi. You know where River Wabakazi is? Those who know. Those who know. Okay, tell us, where is that river? And what is so special about it?
The river is located in Chanamira Parish, Chanamira Sub-County, Kabari District. But its bridge always break down, and it is never connected so well. It has consumed a lot of people accidentally when during the rains. So I feel it should be worked on so that it is able used by the citizens and it does not cause a lot of accidents anymore.
Thank you very much, River Wabakazi. Those are the silent conversations we wanted yesterday for the purpose of what? Trying to get connected with nature. Thank you so much, River Wabakazi. Annette? Technical team? Yes, as we wait for the technical team, what was your nature name yesterday?
The palm tree has a very, very important, actually it is an income generation tree, because there is a way, like the ones we have in our area, it is where we get our sap juice. There is a juice we call sap juice. That juice is it has a lot of stories. You can take a cup in the morning. For it moves with the sun. When it comes to, like in the afternoon, someone has already changed. He's already drunk. You can't even imagine. Yeah, you take in the morning, it is very sweet, but it keeps accumulating, raising. When it reaches in the afternoon, someone has changed.
Yes.
So it is like that.
Thank you so much, Lamek. You guys, we have to go to Ntoroko. Big hand clap to the team.
Thank you, Julius. Good morning, everyone. I'm the very unfortunate one that I normally present when every other person has delayed. I want to start with the lighter side. One day we organized a meeting and we called the former Prime Minister, the Right Honorable Amama Mbabazi. He was one person who would keep time to the dot. It's 9 o'clock. He will be there 5 minutes to 9. We are used to these government officials who come late. And in his statement, he said, if we could make a revolution in this country to resist late coming, we will develop this country. And he said, we need to form a party of time management. So I think that's a key message. And to be honest, I'm born and raised here. I studied in the schools here. Later on, I went somewhere. In Europe, you are paid per hour. And really, if they have said we come at 9 and you come at midday, it's unfortunate. I am an environmentalist with 25 years experience working in the environment sector. climate change and forestry, wildlife. Yesterday, I failed to select a name. Uganda loses 120,000 hectares annually in deforestation. We can blame the poor and say it's because of poverty. Unfortunately, I will blame the governance, land grabbing, illegal land title acquisition in central forest reserves, converting land to agriculture. I can give a whole day, and Julius knows, you can go on Wikipedia and Google Candle and it and see how many presentations I've made nationally and internationally on forestry governance. We need to conserve nature because our land, our environment is our wealth and it's our future. You know, when there is wetland deforestation, it's your mother who is affected. Most of us are following the bandwagon. But in Kampala, so and so has built in the wetland. Why are they talking about me? When you see someone beating his wife, you don't beat yours and say, most of these rich people whom we give land, and this, if there is anyone who belongs to a land board here, when things go bad, they will go to Europe and settle there. They have capacity. Those who come and you lure you and you give them land in a wetland and you clear the forest, and you find it's the local people saying, we are going to get employment, but this is temporary. When there is no water, your mother will die, will starve before I starve, because the vulnerability is not the same. And I can assure you, Sudir will not live here when things go bad. He can live everywhere, even in the Mars, on the Mars. And for you, you will die there in Kanungu. So, environment management should be our responsibility. I thank Julius. What was my name yesterday? Cytropsis. Who knows Cytropsis? Articulata. And I also failed to pick a name. I could have chosen Balamastras Dawei. I could have chosen Superthodia. Or Amaranthus. Now, why am I choosing this? Or Prunus africana. True. Prunus saved this country of COVID. Prunus. It was one of the concoctions the professor used. And you are here cutting the trees. There was a research. You know, they told us if you want man to get the message to sink, talk about personality and money. When you monetize everything, if you say, if we lose the forest, we lose this much money, then people say, wait a minute, let me not cut my forest. Now, all this medicine you see in this country comes from indigenous trees. And there was a research that the fertility rates in Uganda, in men and women, is declining. Tumujaina man get shisha, numuchimanya, na get chikazi. As a gemit, niyer kuza kwarachi, kubahaman. Hey, tinkuza gamba the name of Cytropsis and Balamastras, but you should know the uses. And I researched, I'm not talking about something I don't know. The roots of Cytropsis, you just go and boil them, and if you are impotent, you are kabiriti in the following day. Outcomes for day 2. The next one, you pay for it. On the lighter side, yesterday we had to sieve and go through the NGO regulations that we talked about. We had opportunity to hear some of the laws URA gave us. The regulators told us what you need to comply with, URSB. We had a very good presentation from Peter. We had a good presentation from NSSF. It was a great day. But what I picked from there, that rather, we also had a talk from the RDC. The first one is from the RDC. that the regulation of NGOs is not bad. In some cases, they are sieving the good from the chaff. And indeed, that is true. There are some NGOs who make, there are some people who make NGOs to defraud communities. He gave an example. I also know some examples. And there is this other people where they are coming and saying, we have bursaries. You give us money, 1 million, we can give you a loan of 3 million. You don't need collateral. Which agency works like that? It's not there. I think my brother there knows some organization which was in town here. They defraud people in hundreds of millions in those issues of giving loans. So the RDC said we should also look at regulation as a positive way, in a positive form, such that we are not infiltrated by fraudsters. And then he also said that we should acknowledge NGOs complement government services, and there is no reason for government to fight them. We heard about the Charter of Change. I think it's important that we go and read through that, read about it, and see whether there is an opportunity for us to network. Digitalization. This was very good. We learned Uganda has a digitalization vision 2040. I don't know how many people have read it, have read about it, and to know what is in there for me. So we heard about the 5 pillars, and then we were able to learn the e-platforms that are relevant for CSOs. But as we learned, the takeaway message is you should have internal reflection. When you watched the URSB, the URA portal, the NGO bureau portal, is there capacity within your organization to go there, open, click next, move next, upload the document? Don't just watch the presentation, but tickle yourself and say, will I use that portal? And what is the next step? And these are the take-home messages, takeaway messages, that we should adopt digital platforms and skills, the use of them, e.g. the PADOR, and all the platforms need the skills. When I was working with an international organization, actually about 3 of them that I worked with, PADOR was interesting. Now you find there is that EU call, and it's when you're saying, wait a minute, do we have the number? So you stay the whole night. And the PADOR, the problem is the documents to upload are not there. The problem is not PADOR itself, but it is you. The permit, we don't have it. Then tomorrow you will run to the NGO bureau to look for it. It doesn't come in a day. Or upload the MOU. Now all your MOUs are hard copies. So you need to learn filing of hard and soft copies. And then others, they have forgotten. Do we have a PADOR number? And then you say, the person who applied actually is Gabriel. Gabriel already left the organization. The ED doesn't know the number. So even when you are delegating, hands off, eyes on. Let the person who uploads these documents, you should be aware what is the password. That's another thing. You have uploaded documents, you don't have the password. The person who has the password already left the organization, and he left bitterly. He can't give you the password. I have seen those things happening. So those were the issues that came. Compliance supporting digitalization. As I said, you have to upload documents. You need to put a policy in place if the organization goes E. And that's simple. Some lady here asked that if we are going so much digital, the people will not be productive. But there are checks and balances in that. I have underlined that we knew laws and we didn't know others. So there was an important law about the workplace registration certificate and the need to have in place a sexual harassment and exploitation policy if you have more than 25 employees. And for me, if you talk about the lower one of sexual harassment and exploitation, I'm very keen and passionate about exploitation. I know many people don't know that and its impact on the organization. And I also want to put Kalango, now that I have opportunity, that we have skills in supporting organizations to develop sexual harassment, exploitation, and abuse policies. So you can pay, and I will come and support you. The other one is to encourage staff to upgrade skills through self-teaching. I underlined that. We all complained, we need a compliance officer, we don't know how to go digital. But yesterday someone recommended and said, let's upgrade the skills, and there are online courses that are free. There were take-homes on building relations with parastatals, and the platforms are in place to ease information, and they are functional. Then, the example was if you applied for a grant, a donor can easily identify if your permit is valid or not, or expired. So I think we should take note that you can't lie, the donor, that you know my permit, I have applied, it is there. The guy knows where it is. We need to pay attention to details. That is a key take-home message, and that came from Peter Magela. Some of the things, honestly, he said, I think many of us ignore them, like updating of the board registers and all these minutes. And I think that was a good take-home, that we need to pay attention to details. Most important is planning. These laws define the time frame, and there should be no excuse. You have the whole year to file returns. So you can't say, we don't have time, you are rushing on the last minute. NSSF, URA, they made a presentation, and these are the key messages that I picked, that you should file returns even if you have zero tax. The URA can't just assume. They will put a tax, a penalty there, and it will be you to defend yourself. So, the second one was you can't hide. You can't hide, because they said URA and NSSF share information. So endeavor to comply. You can't say, me, I'm failing with, after I'm paying NSSF, URA, I don't have to pay. It was quite informative. NSSF does not have a threshold, and all staff should pay their contribution. I think this is important. And by the way, with the NSSF, if you are parading yourself that you are in social protection, do not defraud staff their money. Me, I worked in an organization for 3 years when I had just come from university. Yesterday I was talking with Solomon, and he said, oh, I have very many complaints. They did not remit. That was in 99, and now he says, even we have no records. So I have also lost the money. Now you imagine if it happens to me, how about someone else? There are penalties for non-compliance. Be that person who complies, or else you will close shop. And ladies and gentlemen, these penalties can actually kick you out of the job. So please comply to avoid that. And remember some of the discussions. For you are seeing, you are an office in these districts, are agents. They don't have decisions. So don't think that you'll go and manipulate them, because the system at URA that I know, because I also file returns there. When something is entered here, even Kampala is watching. So if Vajenja is going to delete, the boss will ask him, why are you deleting that transaction? We had enablers of we talked about sustainability of CSOS, and there was a very good pointer on enablers of sustainability. One is the enabling environment, organizational technical capacity, organization culture, and donor relations. I want to emphasize the last one. Donor relations are important. You have this grant, you are that organization who delays to submit a report, you don't respond to comments, you don't respond to emails on time, You are not able to communicate the delayed reporting. Your finances are a problem. So if you can comply with the donor and you maintain the relations, that donor will recommend you elsewhere, and you find an organization who says, I have had my donor for the last 20 years. Unfortunately, some of us, we take those relations, long-term relations, for granted. So I would like to say that it is difficult to attract new donors, but it can be easy to maintain donors. How to sustain organizations? There was a whole discussion around how you can sustain organizations. I'll go into the details of some of these. One was on the innovations. This is one of the ways to sustain. Take up multiple social enterprise approach, map out the market, networks, and stakeholders. We call that actually ecosystem mapping. And then the commitments to go and start. We can't just keep in this. I've seen the ED Yahweh giving these presentations like, this is the 4th time. And my question is, how many people have replicated what he has suggested or tried out? That's why I underlined that. Identify resources such as membership fees and beneficiary payback, learning fees, raise visibility. Local fundraising and support. Let us identify the local and corporate fundraising. I think all as a country, we should have now learned from the Kabaka Run. It's one consistent every year event, and this year it was done differently. Every district had the Kabaka Run, and the Kabaka Run does not have a tribe. It has a cause, not a tribe. I'm sure the ED here for the NGO Bureau has been paying. Even when you're not going to run, you pay. You feel you should be part of the cause. And why? Because of the way they have branded the cause to fundraise. They've raised billions. And this year I was impressed, even here in Kabarole, they ran. And who ran here? As I'm saying, the Kabaka Run does not have a tribe, it has a cause. They were around 50. They convened at golf course. The Kabaka was not looking at them. They had the attire and they were running. I found them in Imbarara on the Kabaka Run. And I said, you guys, you are running, is the Kabaka yours? They say, but we are all running to contribute towards the cause. Why can't you organize a run to contribute towards the cause that you stand for? And we should all learn from that. Why are they doing, why is it successful? So it's something that I wanted to highlight on the local and corporate fundraising. The social entrepreneurship, we got examples that Peter presented. But I also want to add an example that is successful. Kida in Roihamba, they have a community insurance. And the money from insurance helps the organization to run other programs. It's one of the organizations and the project we are proud of for Reverend Ezra Musovozi. When they were starting, you could see they started slowly, raising awareness on tree planting, but now they have expanded. So we can learn from, the lessons are near here, they are not very far. Strategic partnerships with academia, such that you are relevant. Sometimes we are even quoting data that is 10 years old. No one is going to give you fundraising on money on Lugambo. You have to have facts. And facts that are authentic. That's why I said we need also applied research. Mapping and profiling local, national, state and non-state actors and donors to leverage resources. I think that one we already talked about it yesterday. Who can fund? I know there are some entities that you go to and they're able to give you money if you have a legitimate cause. But also, as supporting the beneficiaries to tap into that, the NSSF Youth Something Entrepreneurship. You are struggling to help these people, but yet you could link these people to services. We also said they can explore public-private partnerships. As you said, according to the law, you also have a company or you are incorporated. I gave an example. The government of Uganda one time contracted organizations in Uganda, a number of them, to implement a project called Profera. It was a finance inclusion project funded by DFID and other partners. So if you are that credible organization, bid, and I know the Ministry of Water and Environment also has put out contracts, and in this region, we have 4 organizations actually that bid and succeeded, and they have been implementing. And also don't be biased. You know, government contract, you can't win it. You can. You present your papers. You can also even go to the tribunal if you feel you are unfairly judged. But I think you should explore that. Local fundraising, we already talked about that. Embrace digital visibility. Change stories. Sometimes you go on an organization's website and it was last updated 2 years back. There is nothing new. You're even looking for their strategic plan. It's not there. What is on your website? What is on your Twitter handle? On your Facebook handle? So, digital visibility. Look at the stories, keep updating. And then when you are posting, don't just post far. Huh? You put a change story of how that woman has changed as a result of the money that you got from somewhere. And then another person will say, these guys actually have results. Then they are able to be attracted to funding. We have all picked some funding from the net. In 2021, there was this lady whose the husband chopped off her arm. And I put the story on the net with her permission. I said, can I write about you? Are you willing for me to talk about GBV and your case story? She said, yes. That lady was from CSOS because she gave me authority and I have her photos. So when we put it there, some organization from Canada said, Annette, how can we help? No, me, I don't have an NGO. I said, I think these cases are many, you can donate limbs. No, so immediately, I realized even the limbs were in Uganda with the Uganda Medical Protestant Bureau. So I got a lady there, a doctor, for people in the city. I think you know that at one time we ran a camp at Kagote Church of Uganda and gave 100 people artificial limbs. It was me. Now, when I did that, the politician came and hijacked it because she was contesting. I got lost there because she also came. I didn't have time to mobilize. So she said, I will mobilize for you. But the whole thing is, you can pick, depending on your writing, and you can get stories from there. Funding. The last one is, it went off and no problem.
Technical team.
No problem. I just have one.
Oh, it's the project.
Yes, so the last one is what we called opportunistic fundraising, the call to action. And that opportunistic fundraising, I can give an example of how government of Uganda mobilized double cabins because of COVID. I will say, we have a problem here, we have a crisis, please contribute. And some people will come and contribute. So I would like to end up here, but I will also make an appeal that we have on 13th July, we have a medical camp at Bukwali. We are testing for hypertension and diabetes and prostate cancer. You can ask me for the details. Thank you.
Another big hand clap to Annette Kandole. Yes, we feel she really captured our outcomes of day 2 very well. But of course, there could be some of you who are feeling like 1 or 2 issues were not well captured. I would like to invite the Secretariat of Culture to keep passing papers around and a marker, and you jot down those issues. And ladies and gentlemen, in the room, we again honored to have our brother and friend, Mr. Stephen Okello, back. Can we welcome him again? We missed you yesterday. We had very powerful engagements with the other regulators on the other side, and it was a very nice engagement. And ladies and gentlemen, also we are honored to have Mr. Mukunda Julius, the Executive Director, CS BAG, and he's here with us. Some of you could have seen him many times engaging on issues of budgeting on behalf of civil society. I talked about the conference going through us and us going through the conference, but sometimes budgets for us citizens, they just go through us. Julius has been struggling to make sure that citizens go through the what? The budgets before they are what? They are presented, and we'd like to thank you so much for that. With us also we have Rita Hope Achiro, the Executive Director, UONET. Is she around, Achiro? Yes, Achiro, please raise up your hand high. Okay, she's right over there. You're very much welcome. We are happy to be with you. And also from yesterday and today, I'm very happy to see Mr. Tassilo for Droste, and he's the head of programs, Strengthening Governance and Civil Society Program, and that is the program that is powering this Civil Society Conference together with Kancha. Also with us, we have the chairperson of the board of Kancha, Hamilton Kalyegera Aboli. Please raise up your hand high and let the people see you. This is our final day of our Civil Society Conference, and it is themed Enhancing Civil Society Sustainability with NGO Laws and Regulations in Uganda. And today, the last 2 days, we have been talking about engaging, understanding our regulators, engaging regulators, and also looking at issues of compliance and how we can comply from the legal perspective, but also from the digital perspective. And we had 2 nice days of engagements, of talking to each other, and also talking to the regulators. And informed by the 2 days' outcomes, today, we are now coming down here. The regulators, we normally see them from up there, and now today we are going to be talking about conversations of how we engage with the district local governments. Yesterday, we were talking about the DNMCs, the sub-county NGO monitoring committees. We were talking about how do we engage with the RDCs. I don't want to talk a lot about RDCs. Are they here yet? I know they are coming. But today, it's the day we have to start talking to them very well, if we have not been talking to them very well. And the keynote speaker for today is going to be Mr. Robert Kakuru, the Executive Director, KIK Uganda, and he's right here with us. Can you raise up your hand high and we see you? He's going to be our keynote speaker, and he will also lead a breakaway session where he will be channeling those issues a little deeper in a smaller group. We'll also have a gentleman from the Labor Office, Mr. Cliff Mirembe. Are you around? Mr. Cliff Mirembe will be taking us through development of strong partnerships between CSOS and DLGs in a breakaway group. And the last one will be digitalization. How do we use social accounts, social media accounts, to amplify citizens' voices, to create visibility about our work, to be seen, to be felt? And 8 will be taking us through, and I'm informed, and rightly informed, that Nasasira Gloria is around. Gloria, are you somewhere here? Yes, can you put your hand high? Yes, some big hand clap for her. You're very much welcome. We are using hand claps to appreciate each other, but also to welcome each other. So if you don't feel bad, you can always take the lead in doing that. I thank you so much, gentlemen and ladies. And right about now, we have our inspirational speaker. inspirational speaker from Kison. Our inspirational speaker, who is going to take between 5 to 6 minutes, is called Mr. Dennis Sebugwao. He's the M&E coordinator at Kitara Civil Society Organization Network, Kison. He holds a bachelor's degree of economics, postgraduate diploma in M&E. He's a results-oriented person and loves numbers. Please, ladies and gentlemen, welcome with a big hand clap, Mr. Dennis Sebugwao. Yes, as Dennis Sebugwao comes in, we are also going to have a small story. It's called My Story. It will take around 5 minutes, and as we prepare to get into our keynote speech or presentation for today.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. My name is Dennis Sebugwao. I work with Kison. Kison is Kitara Civil Society Organization Network. We are based in Ibunyoro, but we do work even in Toro sub-region, especially Chianjojo and Chiegego. Kison began way back in 2003. Last year we did celebrate 20 years. And we are duly registered as per the laws of the country. In terms of governance, we have a board. Then we have the General Assembly, that is the highest decision-making body, then the board, and then the Secretariat. Then in terms of resource mobilization, I want to give some background. We began in 2003, but our first grant, we got it in 2005, and that was from the Irish Embassy. Those of you who have been in the civil society, you must be aware, Irish Embassy. And then later, we got some funding from Danida. That was NDNSP. I'm sure some of us know about NDNSP, the likes of Kakuru, the likes of Itote, and others. And then we moved. Then in 2008, we still got some more partners. That was, one of them was CSF. CSF was coming through Deloitte. Some of us know about Deloitte. And then we got also other funders, including Care International in Uganda. NET was our donor some time back. We also got funding from USAID. We also got funding from CRS, Uganda National NGO Forum, CS Bag. I'm seeing the ED is also here. They gave us money. Then CDC also, they gave us money through IDI, through Beira. We have also gotten money from WWF, Worldwide Fund for Nature. And then International Art has also funded us. GIZ also did, and many others. In terms of in terms of budgeting, we are not a big organization, but in terms of funding, at least we have been somehow lucky, if I use that word, because for the last 9 years, from 2016, our budget has not been below 1.2 billion per year. I think that we need to appreciate. And then there are some strategies we use when we are doing our resource mobilization. I'm sure many of us are using the same, and many more others. But one of those strategies is developing and implementing the internal policies. The first funding we got in 2005, we didn't use it for any other thing, but it was institutional development. We came up with the policies, so many things. And those are the ones we are currently implementing. And ever after 3 years, we make sure we do review those policies. I'm sure all of us who have gone through assessments, you know what a policy means. They will ask for this, they will ask for the other. If you don't have, you can lose out. So that is one trick, or that one tip that we have been using. The other one is we have also been making sure we satisfy not only the donor, but also the other stakeholders. Many of us, when we get funding, we look only at the side of the donor. We forget that the other stakeholders, like the local government, So we tend to feel more of the conditions of the donor and you forget the other stakeholders. Then when they come for evaluation, you go to the districts, they say, we don't know those people. So that is one trick we have also been using to make sure that we certify the conditions for both the donor and also the other stakeholders. And then the other tip we normally use is knowing a donor. You need to know the donor. What does he want? Who is that donor? So that when you are making decisions, you make them from an informed point of view. That is the reason why you have had some donors giving us money for so many years. Like WWF has supported us for about 9 years. We normally call them repeat donors. So we know what they want. And then the other tip is packaging for the donors. What does the donor want in terms of sometimes you get a call for proposal. When you get a call for proposal, some of us, we tend to rush. You don't even understand clearly what they want. Then we, just like Annette was telling us some minutes ago, by the time we realize that they need a per door, whatever, it is late. Most of us tend to submit those proposals on the last day. It's very rare to submit a proposal like 5 days before. Many of us tend to submit on the last hour. So very important to understand what is the deadline. Because you have cases, you have experience. There is one team wanted to submit a proposal. We submitted and realized later that it was just, I think, like 2 lines. The number of pages had exceeded just by two lines. And that one, it was thrown out. So we normally tend to understand. And then it is also important to know yourself. If possible, every year, do what we call SWOT. Understand your strength, understand your weaknesses, what are those opportunities, and what are the threats. Then you work on the threats and also the weaknesses. But also you maximize those opportunities and the strength. And then coalition building, we make sure when we are writing proposals, there are those proposals where they give you a chance to write in a group. So we normally tend to utilize that opportunity because we know all of us are we have strength somewhere. So it is very, very important. We have done that and we have also been successful in that. There are proposals we have won through writing in I'm forgetting the right word they use, but all of us know that. So even right now, there is one we wrote with WWF. So we sent it to World Bank, and the feedback is already positive. WWF is very big; it is international, but they have accepted to write with us. And then also very, very important to convey the impact of your work. Many of us, we get funding, we do a lot of things, but we don't convey the information. We don't show the impact we have created. So very, very important to convey that. So you can do that through reporting, through websites, through sharing, social media, and many others. And that we have also done. And then in terms of finance, we have a strong financial system. So we make sure every year we carry out external audit. You see, when you present an external audit report, it has more weight than the internal one. So we engage those audit, they're called what? The ones which are certified audit firms. We have had a chance that the big audit firms like Deloitte, Price Water, something, those ones, they have also audited us, and they have on one or the other, they have helped us to mobilize for more resources. And then the other is the internal team building. We have done that. For us, when we have created a team at Kison that is in charge of mobilizing resources, fundraising team. We don't hire people to write for us proposals, because the first thing we do at our office is capacity building. We make sure that when a staff joins, you are able to, your capacity is built in different areas. So we have a team, and that team is composed of different people with different skills. The finance M&E, the program coordinator is there, the ED is there, and some other members. By the time the ED comes, we have already, the other team members have already done some work. He only comes in maybe to review and others. So that's very, very important. We don't have to waste a lot of money to hire, yet we can also do it ourselves. And then we have also built strong relationship with government, both local government and then, yes, and then the central government. When we, some proposals, they require some recommendation from the local government or from the central government. So we have made sure that it is very easy for us to obtain such letters, such recommendations, because of the constant communication we have with those different departments, local governments and others. And then we have also undertaken what we call local fundraising. We are a member of Uganda National Energy Forum, and you can see Kakuru is here, Itote, and Mukone District Energy Forum, they're also here. There is that training we had under P4D, they call it P4D, Philanthropy for Development. We have utilized that chance to make sure that we mobilize our communities to give. If there is a problem in a community, we don't have to wait for the government. We will mobilize the community, they give, and then we solve that problem. Then recently there was a problem in one of the schools in our district, Kagadi. The pit latrine had sunk, and there was no money by the local government. So what we did was to mobilize the locals. They were able to come up to raise funds, about 7 million, and the pit latrine was constructed. So we don't only target the money from the donors from outside, we're also targeting money from the local communities. And we are lucky we are in a region where there is oil. The lakes of Isma, this Mirak. There are very many opportunities in that region, oil. There are oil companies, they have there are some services they need, consultants and others. So we have also been able to tap into that opportunity, and we have gotten some funding, some money from those international oil companies to do some consultancy services, the likes of Sinok, Total, and others. So I beg to stop here when I'm moderator.
Thank you very much, Dennis Sebugwao. Very soft-spoken, but hitting point to point. Yes? And I think he still puts us very well into the context of yesterday's afternoon and evening sessions, where we're looking at alternative sources of funding, but also where we're looking at issues of civil society sustainability. And what is very exciting is Kison talks from the practical perspective. When somebody tells you that they run a budget of 1.2 billion, that is not being a small man. Yes, you hear me? So please, during the tea breaks, don't talk to the moderator. Talk to Bernard. Talk to Dennis Sebugwao, because he'll give you the tricks of how to shoot to 1.2 billion. Thank you so much, Dennis. You can resume your seat. And just right about now, ladies and gentlemen, we have the final one. We have the final one. Where did we put it? Yes. We have the executive director of Kadiofe. The executive director of Kadiofe is right here with us, and he's going to share with us a very brief story a very brief story. And the story is called My Story. It will take just a few minutes. And this gentleman is called Mr. Kayondo. Mr. Kayondo is the executive director and founder of Kadiofe. He's the director of St. James Vocational Training Institute. He's the chairperson board of Kabarole Handcraft Makers SACCO. And he also works with Kabarole District Local Government in the health sector as a specialized lab personnel. He sits on the board of Kancha, or you can say Kadiofe is represented on the board of Kancha, but also currently he's in charge of Kaswa Laboratory as a technical person. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give ourselves and him a very big hand clap to share his story. Because he's able. He doesn't want a seat. And that is his story.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All protocol observed. I am humbly honored to be given such an opportunity to speak to you about my story. Really, I can't take this for granted. Allow me to appreciate Kancha for organizing such event, which has recognized us. Thank you very much, ED. Here, since I have given this opportunity, allow me to take this, before I tell you my story, to appreciate our Executive Director, NGO Bureau, Mr. Stephen Okello. Mr. Stephen Okello, whenever I'm at the Bureau, he really considers me so much. Say, James, your things come to pick them tomorrow. For me, others can take a week. Main, he says, please work on James' issues. So, my brother, and not only that, Brother Okello really did good to us as Kadiofe. Even the board appreciates him so much. He listened to us. He pardoned to us a fine of 2 million. Really, I appreciate. That was a very big, huge burden you removed on us. God bless you for understanding Kadiofe. Now, my life is a story. Kayondo James, whom you are seeing here, I was born well and normal. Only I developed a sickness in 2000, where I was found to have a rib problem. I was diagnosed at Mulago Hospital and found that the expert said that I had a problem of TB spinal cord. And I was taken to in various investigations to find out how, because some of us we know only TB of cough TB, but there are also several types of TB, which is not common, but they are common. Because now I'm one of a victim. This is a bone, TB spinal cord affects the bones. So whenever you see people with the bones at the back, you think that this is a normal thing. No, it is not normal. That's a sign of TB. So that such people are taken to hospital and worked on as early as possible. I was born in 1990 at Akevale. sub-county in Kabaro district. I'm a lover of education, even though my hopes of education were low, but I aimed at passing. I aimed higher. I joined Nyakanonapol Primary School in a boarding section for PWDs. That's where I passed with my first grade. From there, I was geared to aim higher, where I joined the only school, Nyakasora School. I have my hobbies. Yes. So there, I moved on. I ensured that disability is not inability. Yes, I moved on. Said when they say I can't do this, I say I can do it. I can try. And eventually, I moved on. I said I want to be a future doctor. A future doctor, how comes you are disabled and very poor, but you want to be a doctor? I said, me, I know. You wait for Bukenya. Bukenya was someone whom we know that is going to examine me and prove me if I can make it. And Bukenya proved me that you can make it. I joined St. Martin Institute of Health Sciences, where I did certificate in medical laboratory technology. After that, I did sign language and psychology with UNAD. So in order to be aware very well things concerning disability lane. I also joined the Mountains of the Moon, where I did ICT, that's information and communication technology. So I did also sexual health education with an international organization under the support of, it was called Amanda Jones from Canada. So we have moved because of that. In my view, or in my life, I knew that with God all things are possible. So I said I must work towards seeing people with disabilities, children with disabilities being worked on. The youth. So for me, I never generalized things saying that I'm only working with people with disability. No, I said all people are equal. So I must work with all. So and in 2011, I developed an idea of starting Kabaro Development Initiative Organization for the Youth. We started an organization with the aim of transforming the health sector and the socio-economic living of the people. And also our mission was to have, our vision, to have a devoted and dynamic youth and transparent health system to all vulnerable, poor families. We found that really, 4 years in the hospital, I discovered a lot. And not only that, I went for a research so that we can come out with a good organization that we are sure of what we are going to do. So when it comes to health sector, for us, we are concerned of transformation. We transform something which is already existing. So as Kadiofe, we have done wonders in health, causing awareness about non-communicable diseases. And also we are involved in those children we are talking about, the vulnerable children. We have 45 now who are under sponsorship under Kabaro Development Initiative Organization for the Youth. We have got our first medical graduate who is completed last year at Kemquip in medical lab technology. She's now working in Imbarara So Kadiofe has not. So you see, if we say we can't, oh, I'm disabled, I cannot do this, I'm motivated, I said me cannot, I can do things, all things are possible with God. We moved on. Now we have 150 youth whom we have trained under skilling. And from there, because of skilling the youth, giving them certificates, we are advised to have a recognized school, a recognized name of the institute. Now we have a institute called St. James Vocational Training Institute, where we are giving free sponsorship to all vulnerable youth, those who are eligible. And we have already a center number here with us at Kitumba. So we encourage people who come from within the youth to embrace this opportunity. This project is supported by East Africa Charity Fund. These are the people who they are there mobilizing for us, mobilizing for our children. And we can take the same example here in Uganda. We can also have discovered that helping is a heart. It's not because of those people who have money. No, they have a heart. We can also have a heart and do wonders. Not only that, we have gone far through a sleepless night of thinking to ensure that people understand why they're in a hospital. To remind medical workers about their ethics. Because you find many more medical workers, when they are at work, they tend to forget the ethics. So as Kadiofe, we are reminding them, and we have moved on to ensure that the health workers are being also remembered and given CME always. That is continuous medical education. Because of that, Kadiofe, our dear Executive Director of the National NGO Bureau and the Executive Director CSBAG, several times I've been writing to CSBAG, but no response. I'm happy now I have received you.
Hey, he's
yes,
here.
I'm going to inform you about the issues I was mostly wanted to share with you.
Good.
Yes. So
Lastly,
our colleague, we need not to underlook people, especially those with disabilities. We need to bring them on board. If I had not studied, I could be on the road begging. Now we have given several tricycles to people with disabilities through me not saying I can't. Me say, I always aim at that I can do. I can do. So let us try to help those people. They are there. NGOs who are here. Some people with disability are being hidden inside the house because they think most of them that is a curse. So let us try to, funding is not simple. Rate project proposals concerning people with disabilities so that those people are helped, especially in this Uganda. Thank you very much.
a big hand clap
God bless
to
you abundantly.
Mr. Kayondo. The message is, disability doesn't mean inability. When he was coming here, I said I'm not giving him a seat. We have been conversing since the first day of the conference. When he was going down and everybody was like, you get him tea. Said, no, I'll pick my tea. Going down the stairs, why don't you go there? This hotel, the ramp. It's like, no. He walks slowly through the stairs and goes gets his meals. You inspire us. If you feel you're inspired by his story, give him another hand clap. Yes, and of course we are not talking about rocket science. I know most of us come here and want to talk about rocket science and the rest. If you feel like calling it rocket science, you can also try it. But I think it's not rocket science. He tells you he can do it. Other people were thought that he was representing people with disabilities. No, he came to represent himself. And thank you so much for coming, my brother. That was really great. Right about now, ladies and gentlemen, we start our keynote presentation from a gentleman that I'm about to introduce to you, and that is Mr. I wanted to make sure that the technology is set before the man himself comes on stage. Yes, our next keynote speaker, and this is going to be our last keynote speaker for this conference, is Mr. Robert Kakuru Byamgisha. Mr. Robert Kakuru Byamgisha is married to only one wife, and was blessed, and a female wife, and blessed with 3 children, 2 girls and 1 boy. He's the executive director of KIK Corruption out of Uganda, and he is a Rotarian of Rotary Club of Kabale. He's a lecturer at Kabale University in the Department of Governance. He's the chairman board of Kigezi Civil Society Forum. He's a PhD student of public administration and management at Kabale University. He holds a master's degree in public administration and management, degree of social work and social administration, diploma in education, 13 years of experience working with civil society organizations, trainer of trainers of good governance, democracy, and accountability. And this is the man in front of you called Robert Kakuru Byamgisha. Please give him a big hand clap to welcome him on stage.
Thank you very much, Julius. Indeed, that's me. And when I'm addressing Julius, I'm talking of this gentleman here, because there is a household name here called Julius. Thank you very much. My role, which was given to me by Kansha and the GIZ, was to talk to you about local partner, local solutions. And in this regard, it's talked about cooperation of district local governments and civil society organizations. And ladies and gentlemen, that's where I spend all my day with local governments. Those who have worked with me, you know it very well. For the purpose of protocol, I can't continue without recognizing the organizers of this very important conference, Kansha and the GIZ, but also to recognize those who come to officiate what civil society does, like our brother and friend, Dr. Stephen Okero. Doctor, I know what it means to earn that, so I must salute and mention that title, even if you don't like it. And also recognize my colleagues, the Mr. Julius Mukunda, my brother, and then the chairman, Kansha. They told you that I am a teacher by profession. Those who remember, from around 2007, there was a government ban of teachers' recruitment across the country. And he is Kakuru, who had trained as a teacher, and I wanted to teach and be employed by government. But government had banned recruitment of teachers. So what did I do? I was just a very young, smart man. Here, I just sleep and say, I must wake up very early in the morning before all local government leaders reach the district, cover the district local government. And I should be at the door. Even the askar should not be there before I reach. So I reached there. The chief administrative officer was a Mutoro man from here called Sam Katehangwa. Some of you could be knowing. He's your uncle. So Sam Katehangwa was the chief administrative officer, very hard-working man. He wakes up early morning. He finds me there. I was in my necktie, smart, because as a teacher, smartness is part of you. Then he asks me, "Ini rutoro ngolirota." Namugamba ntindire kurungi mukama wanga. I even didn't know that he was the cow. And I was like, "Can we help you, young man?" I said, "Yes, sir. What can we do for you?" I said, "I am a trained teacher. I wanted really to teach, but I can't teach. But this morning, I've come here just to organize any disorganized files in any office. And I just keep working like that." He was like, "What?" So he opened, he takes me in the registry and hands over to a certain lady and says, "Let this young man tell you." I told the lady, I said, I would like just to help you in organizing in the registry. The lady was like, "You know, working here, there's some, you must apply, you do." I said, "No, me, I don't want to apply. But I've even told just this gentleman, and he has sent me here." Good enough, he was a cow, I didn't know. So the lady respects the cow. I start that day organizing, second day, a month, organizing, created friends there. What happens? The cow met me and was like, "Young man, how are you?" "I'm okay." He says, "You told me you're a teacher." I said, "Yes." "You come." We walk together. I reach his office. And his office, in a way, it was a morning, and the secretary had not organized it very well. Said, "Mr. Cow, these chairs are not in order. I organized. And he said, "Okay, let me call a certain headmaster, and I will ask him for you to keep there." And he rings the headmaster. I reach there, the headmaster says, "Cow has called me." "Are you the young man?" I said, "Yes." "Okay. What did you study?" "Documents." See, you have them in a parcel, you are there. The headmaster gives me what to teach, and he tells me, he sends some spies and says, "Go and spy about that man." Recommendation was the young man is really very superb. He can teach. Following month, he told me that, "Do you know what? I have one vacancy in this school, and I've decided to give it to you, and you appear on a payroll." I appeared on a payroll. And when you appear on a payroll, you people of government, yeah. If you have never worked with the government, you don't know what it means. You even go with pay slips all over because you are on a payroll. So I started buying very nice shirts, suits. Now a teacher. But now, at school, that whole structure, even at local government, there's something that never made me comfortable. The issue of too much bureaucracy. To do something, you must be having a permission. To do what? And me, I wanted to do my things my way. I was not comfortable. I left local government for some time and I decided to join civil society. How do I join civil society? I find some people organizing. It was an activity. I just said, "Let me start participating." I organized that day because I overworked. Remember, I'm a teacher. I dodged going to school. They paid me 20,000 shillings that day. I was like, wow. So I started, I talked to them. Later on, I come and sit down with some other colleagues, and we decided to say, let us do some work in civil society. Whom do I meet in that meeting? I met one of my sister here, Florence Tumuhirwe. She's seated there. She was one of those organizing up and down and what. And I said, how can I join this? So I joined. I started volunteering. Later on, they also started paying me. And what do they pay me? They paid me 200,000, and my salary was less than that. I said, this is where life is. So I said, no. But still, I didn't want to keep under other people. I don't know why I have that problem. I didn't want to keep under other people. I said, what do I do? These guys were not giving me any position. So what I did, I sat somewhere at White House in Kabale. There was some people, they had their meeting, and they were planning to form an organization to fight corruption. And they were really discussing things. I said, okay, can I keep here just organizing for you, making sure you guys, you are very comfortable? They said, who are you? I introduced myself. So they started an idea of kick corruption out of Chigezi. How do I maneuver? As one who had gone to just assist them, I looked like one of the starters of that organization because I was present when they were discussing ideas. So later on, they give me work, a very good job, to become a community monitor. There's a man called Wakatungu. He deployed me in my own sub-county and says, man, you are going to monitor government programs. Government programs. So the first monitoring, they said we are going to monitor some funds that are sent to districts. And they chose me to be one of those to go and meet the cow. Whom do I meet? The other cow. Cow was like, young man, are you still a teacher? I said, sir, I deserted. What are you doing? What I'm doing, I'm about to unpack, sir. You know how we interact with the local government leaders. So cow, I started discussing. How do I begin the note? The note was, thank you very much for identifying me and giving me a job here and then connecting me to school. And I still survive because of you, sir. So today, I have just come here to discuss with you. By the time I was talking, the cow said, okay, sit near here. We started that conversation. And the point I'm trying to make is, at the local government level, we need to realize that people who are in the government, they just need that high level of condensing yourself when you are talking to them. The Okero you are seeing here, you find him in his seat, his throne of NGO bureau. The way you raise your tone will give you a direction whether you continue the conversation or not. So the cow listens to me because of how I raise my tone, by appreciating him, by doing that. And what were we discussing? We are just inquiring how many organizations are in the Kabale district. And when we started that conversation, the cow gave us a district community development officer. And we did that kind of, mapping, profiling, the way you call all those things. We did the project and ended. But in that regard, they organized a meeting. And this meeting was organized by Uganda Debt Network. You know that debt network? It is led by a gentleman called, he's called Patrick Tumwe. Patrick Tumwebaze. Now Patrick Tumwebaze, good enough, we went to the same school together. By the way, I also went through Nyakasura school. So ndi mwana wisomero. For the years I was there, Edward usually we joke, and I know Peter. Peter at times, because we went to Lewis, there are some things, you understand our language, yeah? So now, so at times, we interact in that very capacity. So I meet Patrick. Patrick was from the same school, and we started. I was residing in Kasagama, and he was residing in the same house. So we started that discussion. He says, now what you're going to do? You are going to moderate our meeting, because we are here. One we expected to be here has not come. So moderate for us. Now chief administrative officers, those what, the local governments, blah, blah, blah. I start the moderation. During the moderation, what do I get? I just get one of the donors was seated the way you see our colleagues GIZ seated at the back. They like, being at the back in a way. Like Jackie was in the audience and I was moderating from there. A lady came up and said, Kakuru, do you mind us visiting your organization? I said, no. So when they came, they visited us. And what do they say? They asked me to go to Kampala. Kampala was not really my what? I said, Kampala, you see, when from Kabale to Kampala, it's like you have a trip to UK. So I went there. Reaching in office, she tells me, you are going to write a small concept about this. Leave it here and do this. A concept. Writing is not a skill for everyone. So I wrote what I wrote. But later on, they gave us the first money for our organization. They gave us 100 million. 100 million. And you people, when in your CBO local organization, and they have given you 100 million, every time you are pocketing, you are speaking. And when I had 100 million, the time there was money to convene local government leaders, and you report to them about the money, about, those things of inception. So I call them from Kisoro, from where we convene. So we started discussion. But what do I gain from that? I realized that the chief administrative, you remember him, I gave him opening remarks. He started by calling me. You see, when you see the Okeros coming here, when you see those leaders at local government, give them their platform. It is theirs. It is theirs, I tell you. The cow holds me like this. I was a small man, I was like, fellow chief administrative officers, there are DCs who are here. If there is a man to trust, is this young man. I was like, Donors, if you are working, work with this man. After that meeting, I was called by another one. And then they added us some other money. But out of that, I want to recognize the first computer to enter our organization was given to us by Julius Mukunda CS Bag. The first computer. And how do I start with the computer? I moved to Kampala. Julius is from my same region there. But I used to see him speak a lot, whatever, on TV. These Kampala people, I think you see, they are screen guys. So me, I walk to Julius. I'm a young man. I said, Julius, I'm from Kabale. He said, hey, you're from Kabale? Yes, the way he speaks. I said, I cannot leave this office without a computer. Hey, I think he saw me like a mad young man. He said, any computer works for me. I think he called some lady and said, just get one which computer. And they gave me a computer. I carried the other big, this big one. So I came carrying it on my thighs from Ntinda side, Kampala, bus park, Kabale. The thing was heavy. By the time I reached the Kabale, I was extremely very tired. So I landed in Kabale with the computer. But also when I was reporting to my board and staff, they saw me as a very serious guy in fundraising. Getting a computer from Kampala, you are not simple. So I bring it. Now, when I brought it, and we started interactions with local governments, what I wanted to tell you is that local governments and civil society organizations, ladies and gentlemen, I have been there. We have this idea of seeing us like people from another side has not started now. Because in the meetings, the language of, we don't understand what NGOs do. We really, you don't account to us. Why do you hide? That narrative has not been just started today. But I want to bring to you to something which is academic. They told you that I lecture somewhere, some students. Let me go a little bit academic. There is a certain good scholar. This man is called Peter Eck. Those who Google, you can Google about him. Peter Eck talked about the two publics. And I have a presentation, but I'm sorry. I just prepared it for the case of accounting to Kancha, and Jai said that you will not give me transport for nothing to Kabale. So it is here. Peter Eck talks of two publics. The two publics, he calls one public normative. He calls another public, another public positive. Let me call it like that. Now, these two sides, these two publics, he realizes that these publics originate from one public, which is society. And he argues and says that the two publics will always have debate, will always discuss, will always have issues. And these two publics, one of them will always be suspicious of the other. And that will always cause some kind of debate and discussions. And he says that these two publics, one of them, the normative one, is that one composed of citizens. Abantu bawansi, ababulijo. Yeah, right? And will also be composed of some other citizens who, for them, are organized whether informally or formally. So he says the normative, they are people who are organized, and they are those who don't mind, but they are citizens. But they determine what should be happening, and they discuss, and that is the normative one side. He talks of another side, which will come from the normative, from this side, and also composes itself from this side. These are also citizens. But these citizens, they are given ranks or qualifications to be on that side of citizens. And he adds them that for you, you are citizens, but we are even adding you the word G. You are citizens and you are government. So the normative will form a group of citizens and who are also government. Then the normative will be having usual people, let me use that, usual people who have informal groups and formal groups, but they are usual people. And this other group is charged to make decisions, is charged to deliver services, is charged to also have authority. This is what we learn in the governance. There are two words in the political science. You all know what we call power and authority, right? Power and authority. This group, Peter Eck says that this group has only one thing. They only have power. But this group has power plus authority. Are you getting that? Please, those who do mathematics and those who were not good at mathematics like me. Now these people have two ranks, power and authority. These guys here have only one rank, power. What power do you have? You have a power to constitute this group. You have power to put up this group. And this group, he says, that because you give them, you also give them your power. And add them authority. So this group, he terms it government. And he terms this group here. He says, he uses citizen, and he uses another word to say private. So we have private, and he uses this word government, but he also uses the word public. So now that's how we have the two concepts, private and public. The public has power and authority. How do you give your power? Through elections. All right? That's what he says. You give your powers by appointing some civil servants. And these people compose themselves there. What do they have? They have power, they have authority. They have the key of authority. And that's where my friend now, if I use it very well, that's where Okero is on this side, which has the two. Power and what? Power and what? You repeat after me. Power and, that's where my brother Okero is, yeah? Yeah? Hey, you are adding the money. Power and authority. But this side here, where Julius Mukunda, myself, by Ismailo, where we are, we only have what? Power. Wakura. Power. But the other guys have power and authority. So when these people are here, and we are discussing, for them they will be having two things. When you are talking, they will be saying, yeah, the person with the power is talking, but I also have power. Okay? But this guy who's talking doesn't have what? Authority. Then you talk and talk and talk. This guy will stand up and say, yeah, we have heard about you. Thank you very much for your communication. But you see, those things don't work. Now they are using what? Hey, you people, not all of us have authority. And what does he say? He says that people from the private, because you have power, and if you use your power, you will constitute these people who have power and authority. Therefore, there are two things. I'll just speak to that. But I wanted to tell you that Peter Eck talked about it, that in this world we have two sides, the private and the public. People with the power and people with the power and authority. For the case of accounting, I will just say, and I'm about to finish, I will just say that what was given to me about cooperation of local government, cooperation, it simply means for us men, women don't mind. For us men, every man who is in this house, if you have ever tried to scheme and convince a lady for a cause, you know a cause. You know how you package yourself. These ladies think we meet them and start proposing. No. For us, we start from the blanket there. You have started scheming. How do I really package myself? How am I going to dress? How am I going to begin my first sentence? How do I cause that high impact? And by the time I meet you, I have my scheme of work. I have my lesson plan. I know how to approach you. You see? So by the time I say something for you, you think I have just brought it there. But I started some time back before I met you. And by the time I win you, for you when you are saying, I'm not sure. Me, I know I've schemed very well. You are about to be sure. And out of that, I even have what I propose on day one. If you reject them, on day two, I will propose differently. But on day three, I have to shoot my objective. And that's why we tell men, our colleagues, when we are having men's talk, and we say, I wanted that lady, but I couldn't succeed. Then we say, you man, did you consult? Anyway, let me read from there. But a cooperation here, a cooperation is a relationship. Like that relationship you build. You build when you want to marry, or you want to have a girlfriend. These people who have power and authority, we must sound the private people because we give them our power, but remember they have authority. We have to try and be in a relationship with them. Don't ask me whether this relation will be a forced relationship or not. If Okero says, Kakuru, don't come back to my office, I will say, sir, thank you very much. But it is the only office I can come to. But remember, he has my power and appointment power, right? But he has also the authority. So you have to make the relationship work. Therefore, private for us to engage the public, because of those, we must prepare and scheme very well. Even if you have an issue to put on the table, the way you advance the issue will either make the discussion productive or non-productive. That's the point I wanted also to stress. It means that the cooperation between local governments and civil society, who causes it, who makes the cooperation work, the relationship work? Is it the local government? Is it the other people with the power and authority, or it is you with only power? It is you. Please, if you don't agree with me, I'm just trying to speak on how Peter Eck talked about the two worlds, yeah? The two sides. He says, it is us who constitute the other people, but they have an extra power. And this power, we have to make sure that we package ourselves very well to win also that authority. I hope those who will not. Then, I will also just talk to these things, but I will say the definition of cooperation. When these people talked about, Kancha called me to talk about cooperation, I was just like, okay, let me visit some scholars and say what they say. They say cooperation means working together. And everyone in this house, you know, working together with another person. You cannot work alone. It means we have to work with the local government leaders. We have to work with the government. And that's why we have been talking about compliance things. How do we comply? How do we do this? How do we do this? It is we must build the relationship and work together. If you are in the sector and you are not ready to work together, to cooperate with the other people with power and authority, I want to tell you, to give you bad news this morning, that for you, you can go and try another arena. Because these guys have power plus authority. The other one is, why do you work together? To accomplish shared goals. And where are these goals? The other people with the power and authority, they organize national development plans. You see, Julius, at some point, there's when they never used to call us to go and participate in those processes. This is most recent. We would just see people reading, doing what, documents coming, and we don't know. But because maybe of trying to cooperate and be near each other, now they say, okay, remember the other private what? Sector. The other people who have just power, who constituted us, and they call us on board. District development plans. If I asked you, ladies and gentlemen, if you have never participated in a district development plan process, if you have never participated in a budget process, if you have never participated in contributing when the district is coming up with an ordinance, or when your sub-county is coming up with a bylaw at that level, then I want to tell you that in that regard, you were abusing the cooperation. After all, how do you advocate for something you don't know? You want to advocate for an ordinance in a district where they committed to do something, but you don't know its content and how it worked. So we must be part of this. And that's why our organization, if you come to Kigezi and you talk about KIK, they will just tell you, yeah, we know. Why? We have been positive people who inconvenience those people by participating with them and making the cooperation work, but adding value to what they are doing. And I'm saying, the civil society, I have defined it, also our colleague defined it, right? We have to agree that we are non-governmental. And that word non-governmental, there is a certain gentleman. He's called, you read about that person. He talks about, this man is called Barry Bondsman. If you Google, you will see. Barry Bondsman is a scholar who talked about what we call prebendarism in development. And he says that for you to be non-state actor, non-government organization, he says that means you are accepting their powers you don't have. So provided that you go to okay, and I say, please, I have come to register as an NGO. Mr. Julius, sir, you are telling him that, sir, register me, but I know there are powers I don't have. And it's you who have those what? powers. And you're even saying, you have those powers, but on my behalf. But I don't know whether Okero accepts that he has those powers on my behalf. So now, if we see that organizations, they include all of those. I will not go into that because we had shared with it. But what makes here non-governmental? You have voluntary participation. If we are organizations who will wait for invitations, at some time, let them see in their audience and you look at inconvenience. I've seen where we go for meetings because they had not invited you, and they say, hey, you're also here. So do you mind doing this for us? Never refuse. Because it is an opportunity for you to have a contribution. Then organized around shared interests and purposes and values. We have our own values, but these values and interests must be fitting in the national goals, must be fitting in the national vision, must be fitting in what the government has planned. We're also saying, they also asked me that, can you talk about our roles in the corporation? Corporation has CSOs. One of them is to advocate and make awareness. But let me tell you, how do you advocate, for example, for a policy, for example, for something that you don't understand? That is a question that should come between you and me. And this is why we have to understand these things. Another one is service delivery. We have our colleagues who give sheep, goats, piglets, whatever. And a service, others give technical services or facilitating. Some of you are MCs of functions of government, things like that. Then capacity building. We have, first of all, your capacity should also be required to be provided. The services should be required to be provided. The other side should say, I think Kakuru can do for us this. We see Kakuru, we see Edward who can make a contribution on this and add value. Therefore, we have to capacity. And this is why we keep on requesting, like GIZ and other development partners, by saying, can you, sir, support me and build the capacity of my organization? At times, the Jacquelines are like, because there is no way I will work with someone who has power and authority and is knowledgeable, and I don't have the capacity that either beats his, or is equal to his or hers, or is almost equal. So I must be having that. So the capacity in the relationship is very important. Then monitoring and evaluation of different government programs. If you monitor, by the way, we have a project supported by GIZ where we monitor public contracts. And we're also doing this with the CISBAG, Julius Mukunda. You see, there is an issue which most of you must be understanding. Do you know some of these local government leaders, they go to monitor projects when they even don't have any tool that guides them? I'm not backbiting them, yeah? I'm just speaking the truth, yeah? They just wake up in the morning, yeah? And say, we are going to monitor the other school. If you go with them and see, Mr. Okero, no one has a pen, no one has a piece of paper, no one is ready. At times you wonder, how do they come out with reports? But what do we do? When they used to call us, they call us to go and monitor with them. Then what we do, for us, you have a tool. You know, CSOs have this. We have lots of tools. You have a tool. You are capturing. You are taking pictures. You are doing what? Then after, you produce a simple report. Yeah? This report, you just say, Mr. Cow, when we were monitoring the other thing, this is what the kind of, report I came out with. And for you, you project the way we are doing. I want to tell you the cow is almost kneeling for you. That can I have a copy? Are you seeing how you are making the corporation work? Huh? Yes. The corporation is really working, right? That can I have a copy? You say, sir, do you have an email and I put for you? An email? No, I don't have. So WhatsApp? Some of them are even not yet on WhatsApp. I'm just speaking the truth, yeah? Then where can I put it for you, sir? He says, can you go and print a hard copy for me? So what you do, let me tell you, with your capacity, you open an email for the cow. You send the document there. And you also give him or her a hard copy. Tomorrow, if you invite that cow to come and officiate, open your meeting, can that cow refuse? Can the cow refuse? The cow will be saying, please keep calling me. And these are simple things that we have to target and do. Then we have ourselves to promote good governance and accountability. You know, I'm just in 2 minutes. Governance and accountability. These people, when you are talking about promoting good governance values, how are yours at your organizational level? This is the discussion we are saying. For you, you have no board. And even if you have a board, your chairman is never respected as a chairman. You order your chairman. You can even fire. Do you know some of organizations fire chairperson's board? Some of you, if you have never seen it, some of us have interacted with those organizations. The chairman board comes and says, I've come to visit you, and say, you man, don't come back here. And the chairperson does not come back. And these things are there. Do you know that most of us, the chairperson of the board will be in this house. Edward, I'm not talking about you. For you did it very wonderfully. If I am here, I'm employed by Kancha, like Edward, and my chairperson is here. Edward and I, who should give a speech on behalf of the organization? It is the chairperson, right? It is the chairperson. But you just keep, maybe here in Kabarole, it is a city, in Kampala, you guys, you're okay. Just go deep. They may not even recognize the chairperson. It is like the cow being in a room and he or she does not recognize chairman LC5. What do you think happens? It becomes a dilemma. So we have to make sure that we practice the good governance values we are talking about, and then we will go to ask for accountability. Lastly, Julius, you gave me 2 minutes. I will talk about these all local government and the like, the roles of local government leaders. They deliver services. Delivering, I take it like this. You are carrying, for me where you come, if someone is coming to visit you, will be carrying something in a basket, and will come carrying and takes to you. So to me, I see that government officials, whether appointed or elected, their work is to deliver services to the private citizens who gave them power. And that one, if they don't deliver, then we shall hear some voices, debating voices that Peter Eck talked about. The private will be saying, you no longer deliver. We don't receive anything. We are yearning for this. No road, no whatever. These days, Kampala is like Kanungu as well. Potholes. So, Julius, don't tell me that you are from Kampala. We are almost the same in terms of potholes, massage, all of that, right? So, people, if they don't get services, then they will start demanding. And the other one is resource allocation. These people who make budgets. I think the budget week is this one, right? We are yet to hear from Julius what these people have budgeted for us, those which work and those which don't work. By the way, for us in the village, sir, we don't know the use of a budget. You speak your English, go to Serena, do what, but the budget that not translates to services, for us we don't see its use as private, yeah? Maybe the other people who are public and have power and authority, they see the relevance of the budget. But for us who are here with the power, we don't see the relevance of the budget very well. Mr. Oker, I'm not meaning you.
One
public participation,
half a
and
minute.
Then enabling environment. We also see that the CSOs, we have mutual benefits, what we call mutual benefits. I wanted to speak to this in 1 minute and say, resource sharing. Can we share our resources? The technical personnel we have, the money we have, by involving the local government leaders, because if you involve them and share with them, attend their budget conferences, hear what they call unfunded priorities. You hear that language? When they are giving their speeches, they will say, unfunded priority. If it is a priority, why couldn't you fund it? Therefore, you begin from there to say, sir, can I get interest in this item which you considered important, but you did not cater for it. For us, as private, as CSOs, let us be there. Then the policy influence, we have to participate, enhanced implementation. Then we have also to ensure that entering partnership and collaboration, MOUs. An MOU, ladies and gentlemen, if you hear people who have issues with MOUs, know that they have issues with the corporation. Because issues of marriage are very sensitive. We must use all what it takes to make sure that we cooperate with the other side in order to get those services that we need. And maybe, lastly, Julius, I hope I'm not misbehaving, but I will not speak to all these recommendations and the like. You will read, but I want to say that thank you very much, asante kandi mwebali munonga kumpurikiza konka where civil society is welcomed. I'm speaking to the other side. You remember the other side Peter Eck talked about with the power and authority? It is what I'm addressing. When civil society is welcomed into your programming, into your engagements, into everything, communities are more safe. Because they will see there are people from private when they are getting involved and they say, Edward is there for me. This one is there for me. Therefore, they will feel safe and more prosperous. And that one brings a lot of development agenda, a lot of interests, a lot of cooperation and making things work. And if you do that, ladies and gentlemen, and work with the two sides, I want to tell you that cooperation, partnership, and the marriage between local government and the civil society will never be divorced, but will be a permanent marriage in development. Thank you very much.
A very big hand clap to Mr. Kakuru. Members, he talked about cooperation and really talked about it. And if you have some mangoes, throw to him. Please kindly throw some mangoes to him. Harder, harder, harder. And the man himself from Chigezi has taken all your mangoes. Thank you very much, Mr. Kakuru, for that very captivating presentation. Practical, but also brought in those theories. Of course, as a lecturer, he couldn't miss out Ben Rodez. Thank you very much, my brother, for that captivating presentation. And this now sets us in for the next session, and that is the breakaway session. But before the breakaway session, I'm going to ask our brother, Mr. Mukunda Julius, the EDCS bag, to have a word or two. You know, this is June. You know what I mean by June? And he must be very busy preparing what to talk to us in June. So he will just use only 2 minutes, and then he'll come and announce the next thing we are going to do in the breakaways. Thank you, Julius.
Thank you, namesake. Good morning, everyone. A pleasure being here and seeing so many faces whom we have been with to make our budget more participatory, but especially proper. Thanks, Kakuru. It was an inspiring presentation. I was told to tell you something, and I bet you all know what I'm going to talk about. And I won't disappoint you, but I'll just quickly tell you things as civil society organization we need to look out for. I will just run through some numbers. One is that our budget is 72.1 trillion Ugandan shillings. It has jumped from 52 trillion, so we added a 20 trillion. Some of you are going to ask yourselves, either we're a very rich country, we have 72 trillion, or where the hell are we going to get all this money to finance 52 trillion? And I hear you. Out of 72, only 34 trillion is available for us to spend. Now you are asking, what about the rest? Yes, the rest is debt servicing. And it takes the first call on our entire budget. So as you are out there and people are telling you that our debt is sustainable, begin to ask yourself, if half of your entire budget is on debt servicing, how sustainable is it going to be? So the numbers need to speak. 5.4 trillion is for local government budget, and the regional hospitals, all of them, will take 297 billion Ugandan shillings. Billion, not trillion. Colleagues, out of the 72 trillion, URA is going to contribute only 45% of the entire budget. Again, which means the rest of the budget, we are likely to borrow. 28% of course is going to be borrowing, but also we have an item in the budget I would like also to interest you in. It's called debt refinancing. That is debt rollover. In a layman's language, like Akuru, is you have failed to pay today, you have renegotiated and you want to pay tomorrow at the household level. But for government, you have failed to pay this financial year, you've called your creditors and tell them, can I pay you tomorrow, next financial year? And they agree, but on new terms, because the interest rate is going to increase. And that is why 2020-21 budget, the debt refinancing was only 7 trillion. Today, we have budgeted for it at 12 trillion. It is increasing. And that's why those who have understand that Moody's rating has rated our economy at B3 from B2. Basically, they are telling us that your ability to pay is diminishing. So I take that seriously. The other issue is we have interest payment. It is 9.5 trillion. Again, interest have increased from the last 5 years from 4 to 9 trillion. This is about debt. And I think as civil society organization, as you go back, please, these are things we need to begin to interrogate ourselves. Otherwise, we are heading to a debt trap as a nation. And you know what that means. When in a debt trap, no country wants to help you. Even GIZ that has been helping you now begin to say, okay, you guys, we are likely to pay, to give you this money, but if you think that your creditors will come and take it. So there kind of instability in that one. So we needed to put pressure on our government, first to reduce its appetite to spend, so that we can live within our means. And a number of you have seen us talking about unproductive expenses. You've seen what is going in Parliament. I mean, one person really takes all that money. I have been talking about cultural leaders. I know here we are told in Toro we have a cultural leader, but really do support me. We don't want our mukama. We don't want our mukama to be paid a salary from government. Please don't allow that. If he does that, he's going to be a civil servant like my brother here, Okero. And if I am paying you a salary, you do what I want. So if you want Omukama to be our Omukama, the way we know him, please discourage him from taking a salary from government. Government can support the Toro Kingdom in other ways, but not to pay our Omukama a salary. We have so many white elephants, and we think that if we can put up all these monies, probably we might reduce our appetite to spend. Thank you so much. A pleasure being here, and I look forward to interact with all of you.
Thank you very much, Julius. All I know, he talks about figures, budgets, and keeps us into that reflection mode, because this budget we are talking about, the budget that is going to be passed, it is our budget. It is our what? Our budget. And it's very important that we always have an input. Julius, thank you so much for the great work you are doing in making sure that we are part of that process. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now going into, we are breaking for tea. But when we break for tea, we don't come back here. We go in our breakaway sessions. Color yellow, are you around? Can I see your hands? Color yellow. Color yellow, our room 2 has been hijacked. Yes, but we have another room that we are going to organize for ourselves. It's around the poolside. Pink, color pink. Yes, color pink. We are going to room 3. It is through the reception. Color green. Color green, it's your turn to be here. Like I told you, and for our visitors today, we are live streaming, courtesy of COG, and a big team behind, a big GIZ team, Brian and Jackie, they're doing a very good work. We have a following, daily following of between 120 and 150, and today I think we'll go into even 170. So the online team, we are here engaging with the civil society on issues of governance, issues of compliance, issues of digitalization, issues of cooperation. And our theme, enhancing civil society sustainability with NGO laws and regulations in Uganda. I want to introduce to you our keynote speakers in our breakaway sessions, and I will start with Nasasira. Nasasira, kindly come forward. Nasasira is from AID, and then we also have Cliff Richard Mirembe. Please come forward. And the man from Chigezi, I'm kindly requesting you to still come forward. I'm sorry I was putting you on pressure, but I knew you are going to have another very good session. And yes, how lucky are those people who are going to be in these sessions, especially the session being led by Oman. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, the man who is going to lead us in a session on the breakaway session 1, developing of strong partnerships between civil society organizations and DLOGs, is no other than Mr. Cliff Richard Mirembe. He's the district labor officer of Karole district. And he's here to represent the DCDO, who is not here with us. The man is young, only 40 years old. Working experience, 11 years working with government in community development and administering labor justice to employees and employers. His training, he's a graduate of deep development studies, training by industrial court, international training in Center on Labor, yes, international training on labor matters from Italy in Turin. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Cliff Richard Mirembe. He's going to be in room 2, that is at the poolside. We shall guide you. All the yellows, you're going with Mr. Mirembe. And we go to the green. Is Gloria around? The lady in the house? Oh, yes. Sorry, I hope the project is not affecting you. You can come this side. The lights, those rays are dangerous. Yes, Nasasira Gloria, Miss. She's the head of finance at AID. AID is Empowerment Youth in Technology, and she's a youth activist. She's 26 years old only. This man was 40 years young, and she is 26 years old. She holds a bachelor's degree in accounting and finance from Mbarara University of Science and Technology. She's CPA student level 3 and a member of the Lions Club of Mbarara and a banker by profession. Please, a step forward, Gloria, for people to see you. Step forward. That is the Gloria who is going to take us through a session on digitalization, use of social media accounts to amplify citizens' voice with an emphasis on visibility. And Card Green, please stay here for the live stream, and she'll be our keynote speaker. Our last and well-introduced Mr. Kakuru, very long profile, very big profile and has already given here doors, will be taking us through participation of CSOs in policy processes at subnational level. We've been moving from the national, and now, today, it's about us, subnational, DLOGs, LOC1s, CAWs, etc. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a big hand clap and also welcome them to our seat. Also, please resume your seats and then you'll go. Members, why I'm introducing them to you, because you're not coming back here after our break tea sessions. And we'll have tea for not more than 20 minutes. Please pick your tea. 20 minutes will be done. We have enough serving tables. And then after 20 minutes, we all go to our breakaway rooms. We have Mr. Bebaze Prince. Where is Mr. Bebaze Prince? Mr. Bebaze Prince is right there. He's from URSB. So many people were having questions about URSB. We missed him yesterday. We may not have a session because we talked a lot about him. The secretariats and some of us are going to pass papers around. If you have any additional burning question, please, he's around. I hope you're going to be with us throughout the day. Yes. So he's going to be here with us, and then he will respond to some of the questions. We are also honored, second day, to be with Mr. Stephen Okello, the Executive Director, NGO Bureau. Please, we are going to pass a few more papers. So the papers are going to be, actually we're going to pass 3. If you have any question about the budget, Julius is here. You have any question about the NGO Act, registration, fees, it will be directed to Stephen. I'll be very happy if you, when you have those questions, let them be well directed. And you have any other question about URSB to Prince. So please put the URSB, NGO Bureau, and then you can put CS bag. Am I very clear on that? Yes. I know we already prayed in the morning. Please pray for tea if you must. Otherwise, I'm dismissing you to go for tea. Thank you so much.
Africa's baddest DJ, DJ Kalonji, the crowd mover. Africa, stand up. DJ Kalonji.
Hey, watch those places you're walking, mind and pay you time. Watch out for them vampires who will sneak up in the dark. Watch out for them big time thief who claim say that they're smart. But I bring in the
Pepper, somebody, Hantaran.
But tell you what.
Yes, members, for those who have finished taking their tea, we are requesting you to go for the breakaway sessions. Here we only need card green. Members of card green, please, we are requesting you to take the front seats, the middle rows, left, right, middle rows. That is card green. And I'm requesting Gloria, as soon as you're done with tea, you're going to do the mobilization of your team yourself. I'm handing over the microphone and everything to you. And but I'll be supporting you. And I'm requesting, please, card green, color green, come and occupy these seats once you're done with tea. Actually, we are left with only 5 minutes to complete our tea session. And yes, Mr. Cliff Mirembe, who is taking us through breakaway session 2, that is yellow. Do we have yellows here? Yellows, please go to the room 3, reception side. We had allocated you? Okay. Yes, they are reminding me, pool area. So I'm going to, I think all of us are familiar with pool area. Yellow pool area. And pink, please go to room 3. Room 3 is through the reception. Mr. Kakuru, please coordinate your team. Cliff, coordinate your team to room to poolside. Yellow, poolside. And 8, we are here. Would you need any help, or you can do the coordinate? Hello. Yes, Kakuru, who is leading group 2, wants you in the room. Room 3. Room 3, room 3, room 3 for group breakaway session 3. Hello, members, Cliff and your team. Cliff, please, group yellow. All the yellows follow Cliff. He's already going to the pool side. Yellows, all the yellows go to the pool side. Yes. Yes. Pink, go to room 3. Pink, go to room 3, and you go through the reception area. Go through the reception area. Green. Are we having green members there? Hello? Hello, members. Are we green? Please, if you're green, come forward. We are taking these front seats. Green. If you're green, come forward. And we want to start on time. If you're green, kindly come forward. You're green? Please kindly take these front. Yes. Please take these front seats. I'm very sure you're green. Yes. Good. But not mean DP. My brother there, Honorable, green, kindly come occupy this place. This is green. Please. You're green? Our room is okay. Lost and found property. Safe hands. There is a lost and found property. If you know you're missing a phone, I'm having one. Please come with the URSB number. Come with the NGO bureau number. You have to comply, yeah? You have to comply. Rita, can I hand over, please? Let me work on your presentation.
Hello everyone. Good morning once again. I am Gloria Nasasra. I work with Empower Youth in Technology as the head of finance and administration. And I'm taking you through digitalization, and that is use of social media accounts for CSO visibility. I'm going to tell you more about.
This one left, this right, and if you want to emphasize the red button. You want me to show you? Okay, you can try it. We can try it. Just present it there. Left, right. If you want to emphasize something, red and right.
Okay. Empower Youth in Technology empowers the next generation of young innovators in Uganda and beyond. We help young innovators in capacity building, financing, and mentorship. We develop apps. We also help those young innovators who have small businesses to help them promote their products online. So today I'm going to be taking you through the use of social media accounts to enhance your visibility on the media. So first of all, you need to know it has refused. So first of all, you have to first know the media tools available. We have WhatsApp, we have Instagram, we have Twitter, Twitter is also called X now. It was formerly Twitter, but now it's called X. We have Facebook, we have LinkedIn, we have Telegram, we have TikTok, and we have websites. So as an organization, you have to make sure that you are on all these social media platforms. I know very many of us use these platforms personally. So as an organization, you also need these platforms to enhance and make your organization visible. These are the social media tools available, and the first one is Instagram, this is X, this is WhatsApp, this is Telegram, this is Facebook, LinkedIn, TikTok, Snapchat, and Pinterest. I know most of us are not well conversant with some of these, but these are the social media platforms that are available in Uganda. So first of all, you have to first know why you need to use the social media platform or the digital tools. One is to connect with the community organizations, leaders, and the general public to spread the word about your organization. So these social media platforms are mainly used to connect with community organizations, because everyone is going to find you on social media. Because if I told you that I am from AIT, the first thing you're going to do is go to Google and type in AIT to know more about us. When you go to anyone's website, now if you go to our website, www.ait.org, you'll see our products, you'll see the current activities, you'll see what we do, you'll see what we've done in the previous days. When you log into our social media accounts, like Facebook, you'll see all the projects we've done. So having your information on your social media accounts can allow other community organizations, leaders, and the general public to come and know what you do. So it also helps you to show your local and global community what you serve. So it also relates to the previous. It also helps you to engage current and potential beneficiaries, clients, or users. So different organizations have different beneficiaries. You can have clients, you can have users of your products. Then digital tools are also cheaper. You don't need a lot to use the digital tools. All you need is just data, and data is cheap. So all you need is to have a social media account and then buy data, and you'll be able to promote your organization online. So no one knows your organization or organization's work projects better than you. So for you to promote your organization online, you have to create a promotional plan. It's usually done by the marketing department or your social media department. You have to create a promotional plan, what you're going to use to attract the audience. So you have to first plan, have your project or an event, so you plan for it. So these are the steps you need to go through so that you can plan your project or an event. There is pre-event project implementation phase. Here you have to do the pre-planning, that is putting stickers, going on radios, like you have to have stickers. For example, at 8 we had a startup garage pitch competition. This is a competition that helps innovators showcase their products. It helps innovators showcase their products. We put it online, people will view, and then we'll give the winners some gifts. People, like it happened yesterday. So this is what we did to promote it. We tweeted, you go on Twitter, you tweet. You go on Facebook, YouTube, you create short videos on TikTok so that people can know about your event. So you also have that during event. So during that event, you have to create live updates. You have to go on Twitter, create a hashtag. For example, this event, when you go to Twitter and you type and you search hashtag CSO compliance, you'll see all that we have been doing here. So you have to go to make sure that people are seeing what you're doing at the moment. You have to create hashtags, live streams, X Spaces, live Facebook lives, TikTok live, YouTube live, so that people can know what you're doing. You never know who can come through and like what you are trying to live stream. Then the next thing is after the event. After that event, you have to make sure you give testimonials, like people who have enjoyed your event, people who have enjoyed your product. You should have those videos of those people testifying, people coming out telling you, you know this, I've learned this out of this event, and someone out there will come and watch that video, and they will come to know, like they will be interested, and they come through and want to work with you. Also the news. You can also hire the news reporters so that they can report about your event. It also helps. So there is also promoting your activities on social media. So like I told you before, we have very many social media accounts. You can decide to create accounts on all the social media platforms if you have the team to work on it. But if you feel like all these social media platforms are hard to manage, you can always look for the proper social media platforms that you can use, that can be easy to use. So you can always create accounts on those social media platforms to raise awareness of a project, invite friends, family, and provide updates. That's the use of the social media accounts. Include your organization keywords in your social media handles and descriptions so that social media users can find it easy when searching for you in your area. For example, taglines: we serve, service with passion, service with fun, so that someone can read it and get attracted to what you do. It all depends on what you do. So don't just tell people what you are doing. Show them. Don't go on Twitter and say, for us, we are Empower Youth in Technology and we help youth in financing. Show the people you financed. Let people come out and give testimonies. Let people come out and say, Empower Youth in Technology has given me money and I've developed my business. Let that business be seen online. You can create those short videos, post them on your social media platforms, and make sure your social media platforms are active all the time. Post photos of your events, your service projects, and your beneficiaries so that people can see your service in action. Quotes and testimonies from the beneficiaries of a service project are a powerful way to show how you are making a real difference in the lives of the people you serve. Now, for example, for us, we one day financed young innovators. We give them money at a low interest rate so that they can go and develop their businesses. So one day we gave some girl who had a salon, we gave her 500,000, 500K. We gave her 500,000. She went to her salon and she did shopping and she had nothing in her salon, and then she put everything, and by the time we went back, the salon was different. You would reach there and see a difference in a salon. She had put very many things. You know, for us, our hair is just 25,000, 3,000. So she bought very many things, and she had a lot of stock in her salon. So when we went back, she was very happy. So she requested that we film her and post her story on social media. So after that, we had very many people coming through to request for support. And that helped us get very many clients for our low interest rate loans. So you never know, when you post a testimony, very many people are going to see it, and very many people are going to love it. And recently, some funders reached out to us, and they want to support very many women through that financing. So it has also helped us. So posting what you do on social media can always help you. Boost your pages by paying. So paying means paying Facebook, paying Twitter, paying YouTube, so that they can boost your videos, so that they can make your videos so visible. You can also pay influencers. Influencers are people who are known, people who have big following on social media. So you can always pay them to post your product so that you can be seen by their followers. So it also helps for your products or your organization to be seen by very many people. Invite members to like your pages and encourage them to share posts on their personal profiles. Make sure make social media a team effort. That means you assign people in your organization. You as people you as staff in an organization, you can always engage on those posts you make. When you are 10 people in an organization and a post is put on social media and everyone shares, likes, and comments, that post is going to be seen by very many people. That means my 10 followers are going to see the post. The other person's 10 followers is going to see the post, and it's going to move. So it's always important for a team effort to be put so that the post is moved. So this is the channel overview, most popular channels. Facebook has 2.5 billion monthly active users. That is Facebook. And 65 and older are the fastest growing group. So that means Facebook is mostly used by the old people. Most used. Even the young people use it, but the old people use it more. 88% of the Facebook friends are on the platform to stay in touch with friends and family. So you can always know where to post and what to post. So when you're going to post on Facebook, you will know that 65 years and older are the most people that use it. So you're probably going to post things of people that are of that age. When you post things of the 18 years and above, you are sure that most people are not going to see it. When you go to Instagram, it has 1 billion active reported users. Like 1 billion people use Instagram, with more half of the global user population younger than 34 years old. So for Instagram, you are targeting the 34 years and below. So Twitter has 330 million active users worldwide, and 71% of the users checking the platform for news and updates. Most of us always go to X to see the trending, something trending. You always go to Twitter to see what is trending today. So you're always sure that if you post something, you'll always post in line with the trending news. Because most of us, YouTube is always supporting videos. Then go to YouTube for video content. Post videos including club promotion, member highlights, service project, and beneficiary stories. Share the videos on your Facebook page and website. An emphasis on about the website. Make sure your website is up to date. Make sure your website is up to date, because the moment you tell someone about your organization, the first thing they're going to check for is the website. You have to make sure every event you have, every event you conduct, you post it on your website, because the website is the most official platform that many people are going to check out. So LinkedIn has social network for professionals, colleagues, and businesses. So you can use your personal LinkedIn profile to show how your club or your organization has made an impact on your professional development. So we have TikTok. TikTok is the most trending app right now in Uganda, all worldwide. So be sure that when you post a nice video on TikTok, it's going to trend, because TikTok is mostly used right now. It's the most used channel in the world. Video sharing platform focusing on short 15 to 60-second videos that incorporate filters, stickers, and background music, with main demographic younger than 30. So you can always use your TikTok account to post those short videos. You can have testimonies, you can have short videos of your event. You can cut short videos from your events and post them on TikTok. We had already talked about this. So we are going to talk about how, before using the social media platforms, you have to have 4 things at hand. Why, when, where, and who. And what, actually, there are 5. And what. So why do we need social media? Organizations can use social media to raise awareness about their services in their community. Many people often turn to channels like Facebook, Instagram to learn more about brands and organizations. In this digitalized era, most people shop online. Most people go online to find trending things, to find services, because most people no longer go to, we no longer have many walk-in customers. Most people find our services online and they look for us. So social media has helped us a lot. So for effective social media usage, define your why. Why do you need social media? Define why you are posting on social media. Define your organization's specific goals for using social media. Sample goals include: reach a wider audience and increase visibility. Some people go to social media to reach a wider audience. Some people go to social media to connect, collaborate, and plan projects with current partners. Some people go to social media to increase attendance of services and events. We can go to social media to boost our event. We can go to social media to connect and collaborate and collaborate projects. We can go to social media to connect with partners and local businesses. We can go to social media to increase donations. So different organizations have different reasons why they have social media platforms. So you always have to first define why you want to be on social media, because you can not go to social media and do this and do that. You have to focus on something, have a focus area, so that you can always focus on it and have visibility. So next is who manages those social media accounts. Most times social media accounts are managed by the marketing team, the ICT. So as an organization, you have to always determine who will manage your social media accounts, because not everyone can manage them. You always have to have that specific team, not just one person, a team that will manage your social media accounts. Because if you don't have that one specific person, you will reach at a time when no one has posted on social media. And this social media needs consistency. You have to be consistent, post day by day. Or even if you have resources, you can post 3 times a day, so that you can be visible everywhere. So examples of people that can handle: communications officers, PROs, IT experts, marketing specialists, depending on what you have as an organization. Build a team. This is what I was talking about. If you are to handle a social media accounts in your organization, you have to have a team. Create a social media team to share access and responsibility. This helps if you have one person managing your social media account and they are sick and they can't post, and then you have no access. That means you're going to be left behind. So you have to create a team, have people who manage it. And then sometimes you can't have one person do everything, because social media is a really hard job. You have to take nice pictures, you have to have nice videos, so that you can attract people. When someone sees a picture, it has to attract them. Someone has to see a picture and want to come back and see what are they talking about. So you need to have a team. People to take pictures, people to edit, people to write. For example, on X, you can't use X if you don't know English, because X needs you to write a whole essay talking about something. So you always require a team to work on your social media. Grant more than one person with access to the account in case the lead is unable to log in, post, or leaves the organization. Social media management requires content development. That is photography, design skills, knowledge of service plans, and more. This can often be too much hectic for one person alone. Encourage all members to take photos at service projects and events. This helps for you people. When after the event you want the best photo, maybe you can choose from the different photos that has been taken by very many people. The target audience. So you define your audience. Like we had talked above, we talked about different social media handles, different social media platforms, having different groups. So identify and understand your audience so that you can choose the best platform. So first know, who do you want to serve? Do you want to serve the old people? Do you want to serve the young people? Do you want to serve the millennials or the adults or the young adults? So you always have to first know the target population so that you can know where best you can post your content. So we always have we also have different types of accounts. We have a public-facing social account and an internal account. Public-facing social accounts are accounts where you target the public. You want the public to come and know your products. Then an internal social account is those are internal social media platforms, the ones you use to communicate within the organization. Such as email groups, WhatsApp groups, and others maybe. So you always use these social media accounts, WhatsApp, so to communicate, because most of us nowadays, it's so hard for us to read on the notes board but every person, I understand that every person in the morning, you're going to check your WhatsApp group. So if you put information on WhatsApp, people are going to see it more than the one you put on the notes board. So internal social media accounts are also so important. Do we have a team leader? Sorry.
And that is a very important question, because I was seeing so many points coming out, and we really needed a team leader to capture those points. But I know somebody has been picking them.
She has been taken.
Oh, good. Okay. Yes, and also allow me also pass a very quick announcement, but also guidance. Team leader, capture the key issues like we agreed towards the end, and they want to finish 20 minutes to 1. So you can alert the facilitator when it is 10 minutes to time. And then the other issue, I have somebody's phone. You know, we're talking about social media account, and somebody gave me another piece to use. So just in case you don't need it, you can offer it to me. But if you want it, URSB number, then FIA number, and these are the only identification forms. Then the very last one, Sylvia. Sylvia, please stand up. Sylvia is having cards. Those cards, she's going to be, please, in the next 10 minutes, pass them around. Any question for NGO Bureau, any question for URSB, any question about the budget, pass it around. These guys are here for you. Stephen has come back for us. URSB is here. They really want us to engage them. But we may not have direct questions, but when you write them down, then they'll be able to prepare the answers. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Then we keep it simple. You don't need to be on every social media platform for you to be seen. So if you have a team to take care of all your social media handles, it is okay. Be on each and every social media handle. But if you have a limited team, choose a social media platform that suits you better and focus on that. If your social media team is small, you may be stretching the team too thin to reach the audiences. So you always choose that specific social media handle that can help you reach your audience first. Then engage. This is the what side, what to do. What do you do when you are already on social media? Engage. In addition to posting your content, use social media to engage with your audience. If it means having direct messages, read your comments. Comments on social media mean a lot, because through the comments, we always get we always know what people think. We always know what people think of our products. So always read comments on social media, on your social media handle. Don't just post and go. Go back to your posts and check out the comments. If there is an opportunity to answer questions, direct forwards to organizations, programs, or pages, make friends or recruit new members, do it. because it also helps. Don't just open a social media account. Don't just go to TikTok and wait for people to follow you. Follow some people so that other people can know you. When you follow someone, when I follow this person, another people is going, Facebook is going to suggest you to someone else, and when you follow the other person, it's going to suggest you to other, they are going to suggest your account to other people. So always engage. Make sure you're active. Read comments, send messages, follow people, especially organizations and big people, so that you can be visible to them. Like and share your content. Share your content on your channels from other accounts such as community organization, partners, and the business community. Then when do you post? So it all, ideally, post once per day, but if resources or content are stretched thin, just be consistent. Make sure that every other day you post on your social media platform. Do not let yourself be forgotten by the audience, because on social media, the moment you forget to post for just 2 days, people are going to forget about you. Like on X, when you do not post for a day, other things are going to come and they're going to cover you, and you're not going to be seen. So always make sure that you engage. If you have content, make sure that you post all the time so that people can always see. So I think that is it from Empower Youth in Technology. We can now receive the questions and yes.
Thank you, Gloria, for the insights you've given. It's been really extensive. I personally am also in the same field you're talking about, and I just wanted to highlight 2 more things I felt could have added more context to whatever you've said. Almost everything you've said comes down to content creation and storytelling and consistency. But being a content creator myself, I can say that it's very expensive to create quality content that's worth grabbing people's attention. And to cover this costs, there are now AI tools, artificial intelligence tools, that can help with such work. For example, in the design perspective, there is an AI tool called Canva. You don't have to have design skills or techniques to create worthy content in Canva. Canva can do 80% of the work. All you have to do is change text, colors, and imaging. And then the other bit of storytelling is copywriting. The text you accompany with all these graphics you create is called copy. But writing that copy is also a technical skill in itself. So luckily, there are also AI tools that can help write that for you. The most common now and most well used is ChatGPT. ChatGPT. It can also create for you 75% of the work. All you have to do is prompt it. And then for the other bit, which is slightly out of social media, but is also digital and can help in a way, is what in digital marketing is called search engine optimization. Search engine optimization is positioning yourself in that when someone Googles a topic that your organization is in, you appear on the first pages of the results page. And likely enough, also with the advancement of artificial intelligence, one of the most crucial things to do to stand out on those results pages is you need to ensure that on your website you have a blog section. And this blog section, what you're going to do is you publish articles frequently on whichever topic is directly related to the kind of work your organization does. And likely enough for that, there is a new AI tool called Ashref. What Ashref does is, let's say you are working with PWDs, people with disabilities. Ashref can suggest to you the top 5 topics around PWDs that are attracting the most traffic, either worldwide or whichever demographic you choose. So what you do is, after getting those topics, you can write articles about those topics, and you'll always be trending in the first page of the results. Whenever someone Googles PWDs, you come up. Those can be tricks to help you not only stand out on social media, but also be accessible through the results pages of Google. And that's like a free way of marketing. So thank you very much for the insights, but what I'm trying to say is to cut the costs and slow down on the time of what it will take to create the content. Just leverage artificial intelligence. It's going to do for you 85% of the work. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other questions or compliments? Yes.
Yeah, maybe before Edward, I want to thank you for the presentation. You have tried to be in digital technology for some time, and when you emphasize the issue of quality photos and videos, I really understand where you're coming from, and it should be the key issue if we are to attract people to go through what we are doing. But there is an issue, I don't know what advice you're going to give, where some organizations, or let's say bosses, need quality and numbers to follow, but investing in quality gadgets to have the production done is not, they are limping. Not really limping, but they don't want support in buying the gadgets that are needed to produce quality work, but they need quality work that everyone is following. So we need some guidance from you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gloria and David, for guiding us through. Gloria, my issue is on policies. You realize that sometimes we get taken over by these social media platforms, and it is likely that somewhere where you mentioned that multiple numbers of staff should be assigned duties, it is likely that one day you'll get to office and you find everyone busy on IT because they have work to do. You have assigned them duties, and they have to ensure that the institution is visible. And this would do away with other activities. So my proposal is, or my question one is that how do you handle the issue of policy? But in the same vein, I'm proposing that we need, as institutions, to have policies. I don't know if we can call them social media policies or digitalization policies, because this is the way we have to move. Otherwise, if we don't have that slot or a particular time when we have to do this work, most staff may not do their right assigned work. Two, you talked about boosting these pages or these platforms. I need to be guided on how best we can boost. Yes, you said paying, but some of us are still behind as far as social media is concerned. How do I do that process of paying? Is it that when I have an account, I can just easily get money on my phone and submit or pay? Where exactly? So I need that guidance, the mode of payment. Also on the issue of the AI tools, I would need my friend again to a little elaborate, because you know, some of these AI tools, if you're not careful, you might have to, you talked about the copyright and what, you might copy some information and somehow you forget to edit. So there's a likelihood that it can destroy the entire work of the institution. So these ones also have to be used carefully, because if you forget one or two themes or issues which are in another entity and you bring them in your entity, already that one is a blow for your institution. So I need more guidance on how best we can engage with AI tools, but also not destroying the image of the institution. So I want to thank you so much. And my other last submission would be on the advice of using blogs. The advice of using blogs. We have had the bloggers. These bloggers are doing quite some work. I have seen people on YouTube, particularly. They are the ones who stand out of the crowd. Every time you go on YouTube, yes, they are number one or number two. How comes that for us as civil society organizations, now that YIT is in this particular issue of technology, I cannot easily find it as number one or number two when I go to search. So I need to be guided further. So at the end of the day, we are all moving at the same pace. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Gloria. Looking at your presentation, it brought a lot of questions, especially looking at the ministry where I serve, whereby we do a lot of work, but these are survivors of human trafficking, whereby even you can't reveal the name of the person, you can't even reveal the photo or where the person comes from. And here you have a successful story, you have helped a person, and you don't know what to do, but you would like to share with people to know that for sure you are doing work down there. Thank you.
The question wasn't clear. Okay, she can do it.
Thank you. Well, on issues like that, what we can do, you can choose to write a story, but then keep the person as anonymous. I'm sure they can consent to that. Or take their picture, or take another person's picture, but cover their face. Yeah, that can work, and go ahead and post the picture. It's allowed to write a story and keep the other person as anonymous.
Yeah, most of the times in videos, you always see they cover the face and the person is telling a story, but then you can't know. But they always know who has posted it. Yeah.
Any other question? Let's get questions before we respond to answers, please.
Thank you so much for your presentation. My question is, what are the risks involved in the use of the digital media tools? and how can they be minimized? And then I also want to understand the legal framework.
Not seeing the hand.
Maybe some inquiry on the quality photos. We at office, my boss always says, I want speaking photos, action photos. So does the quality include that, or it is just the nature of the photo? Then the lady who was talking about covering the face, I would still re-echo, whenever we are taking photos, we need to seek consent from the people we are taking photos. I'm glad when we are registering, they were seeking consent from us to use the photos they are taking and the information that is going to be got from here. So it is a good practice and we should all embrace it. Thank you.
Yes, another hand. But also to be mindful that we have about 12 minutes to end the session. So as we give in the questions, you have a question? To me? Let me come back. Let me come.
Yeah, thank you very much. The session was well packaged and delivered, but it all comes back to our institutions. If you don't have a project that runs for years, if it is like 1 year or 6 months, you will train these staff, they will pick the skills, but if you cannot enumerate them, they will go with the skills elsewhere. So it needs consistent. If you are working with the team, if you can sustain that team, that's when the organization will achieve. But if you are implementing these short projects, rest assured, you will keep training, and you reach a time and get tired. So it's the way to go to see that we have institutional grants, so that when you train that team, at least you can be sure that at least some staff can stay in the organization. Then he also talked about the quality photos and information. It also comes back to how the teams are facilitated. And for me, I've been in this service for 27 years, but you will find you buy this gadget, the next time it's not of that quality, you need to upgrade. So we need to invest a lot in social media, since now we are in the digital era. What am I asking of the conveners like the Kanjan? What can we keep together and we network? We work as a coalition and support each other. Because like QUID, we work with orphans and other vulnerable children. This is an area where we need to go deep and also train these young people. Then I want to commend GIZ. We trained local women, and they were equipped with the smartphones, but in those areas, in some areas, there is even no electricity. So there is this also, you cannot charge it every day, they cannot use it easily, and also the data is not affordable to all the actors, to the beneficiaries we work with. So there is some advocacy issue so that all the areas are covered with electricity and network. Thank you.
Yes. I'm sorry, the team leader, but some guidance. Time is running. We have questions for her, and we haven't picked our takeaways. So I was suggesting the team leader to give us what was captured, because Gloria, we have her here. We agree on what is captured, and then we shall present that. Meanwhile, allow her to continue answering those questions. A suggestion might be, if it is accepted, we can go by that. Okay, so the team leader can take over.
Thank you so much for this opportunity.
I wouldn't want to sieve out the 5 key takeaway myself. So I'm going to go through with us the things I've noted, and then we agree as a team on the 5 key takeaway points that we are going to present to the rest of the team members. Thank you so much, Gloria. So Gloria took us through the different social media tools that an organization can use. I don't know if I need to list them. We also went through the steps extensively, where she told us we need to have a prevent, mostly planning. We need to know what we are going to do, how we are going to do it, when we are going to do it, and all that. And for anything to be done, you don't just wake up and say, I'm going to eat food without preparing it. So there are steps to be done. One of them is to prevent hire news reporters. And she took me back to my campus days when we were told, create your own news and have it documented. We can also have promotional activities on social media. She also said we can create an account for the organization, and we don't have to create accounts across all the social media platforms in place. We can choose what is applicable to our organization. And it's a team effort. When you open an account, it's not just for you, because if it was for you alone, the organization, maybe you wouldn't need to open it. Include organizational keywords. This could be a profile. Recently, I made a month-old at my new work, and I was requesting the team that can we profile the different departments and clearly tell the public what we do across the different departments. Some of the results show evidence that indeed we've done this, so we can also do the same here. So, you cannot tell a story. You're David, right? Marshall. He added that social media is about storytelling, continuous process, and content creation. So I think most of the things I have said has to do with preparation. So when we come to when we come to storytelling, there are rules of engagement. A story is never complete when we don't have evidence. When telling stories, we need to look at the 5 W's and the H, and that has been brought out clearly. We need to know the why, the when, the who, the what, the where, and the how. And I think Gloria did a very extensive job explaining that. Under the who, we also need to do audience segmentation and analysis to know what kind of people we are targeting with our information. Evidence is key. This can be a photo, and the team here already explained that. We need consent. We need to have quotes. If I am writing a story about Gloria being an achiever, and I don't have any quote from Gloria, then my story will be flat. Also, I just want to add something here so that we agree if we want to present it. We also need to determine what point of view are we presenting the story. Are we presenting it from the first person perspective, second or third? All these will help us determine what kind of content we are creating. I know of many organizations that have an independent team that is in charge of content creation and social media handling. And it has to be a continuous process. Our presenter earlier on gave us a very good example. When a man has seen a beautiful girl in the village and has picked interest in them,
they even have a strategy in place of what they are going to start with, what will follow. And you may find this man cornering this beautiful girl for 5 years without giving up. So this engagement should also be continuous. It shouldn't be a one-off, because people need to get to know what you're doing, where you're doing it, what impact you're creating. We were also told about the different types of accounts. You need to determine, are you going internal, are you going external? But I think we need both, because you need to communicate to the internal team, and you also need to reach out to the public out there. And there is a saying that no man is an island, it's a team effort. At Jesse, we have someone who is in charge of content creation. We have someone in charge of IT. The foot soldiers pick the stories and share with me to refine and share with the person who posts on the different platforms. So it's not a one person's job to be done. Having said that, I don't want to repeat some of the things I've already said. We can agree as a group. You have something to say? Yes, sorry, I had left that out. Marshall here told us that we can also use artificial intelligence tools that are really, really reliable to help us do most of the work. Though I personally have a question in that regard. We are talking about all the steps to follow, getting evidence from the field. You said one of them gives us about 85% achievement. Is the other 15 left to the groundwork, the evidence collection and all that? You can answer at your own time. Let's not eat up the group time that is left. So we can go ahead and agree as a team on what you want us to present to the rest of the participants in the room when we converge finally. Thank you so much. And in case I left something out, please feel free to add.
We might have missed out the importance of policies and legal framework, and how best culture and the coalition of culture can support all the teams here to make sure that they are compliant but also improved in media visibility. We also missed out the submission of capacity building in regards to the kind of training of the teams should have, and also the kind of tools, technological tools that they should have access to create this kind of information.
So the question would be, what she has presented, is that what we are agreeing, that they are our takeaways? Let's first agree on that before we... Aaron, you are agreeing or you want to submit something? It is an addition?
My name is Aaron. I'm suggesting that we can also have organization communication strategy, which is a framework that can guide the planning, the budgeting, the capacity building in terms of the human resource to manage these processes. Then too, I am also looking at this as a resource mobilization strategy, which should also be part of the bigger strategy for the organization to raise the resources without losing the focus of the organization. Then lastly is the sustainability. How do you sustain that as an organization? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Aaron. I think that is enough for our takeaways. Is it enough?
I think we have more than enough, but we can give her the opportunity to pick maybe the best 5. The rest, I think even the rapporteur has been capturing. So pick the best 5 or 6, we shall be presenting that. I think we can give the presenter the mic again to respond to the other questions now that we have our takeaways. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, David. I had a question on how best we can create content even when our bosses cannot give us tools to use to create the best content. I don't know how best I can answer this, but best content requires best tools, because you cannot expect to bring out the best picture with a poor quality camera. So as an organization, you have to make sure that at least you invest in your social media by purchasing some tools to be used on social. It can be one. You can, instead of buying very many cameras, you can decide to buy one good camera to use. Then the next question was about policies, because someone talked about all staff being involved in social media. It's not all staff are supposed to get involved. I talked about creating a team. You need to create a social media team. You cannot find a finance person taking pictures for content creation. No. Everyone has their responsibilities, what they are supposed to do. Where everyone gets involved is when a post has already been created. It doesn't even take a minute to share or like a post. So it doesn't require someone to sit for an hour and say that they are doing social media content. It always requires someone to sit, log into their social media, like a post, and continue with their work. So I think involving someone doesn't require everyone going to do the content creation work. Involving someone requires the other staff sharing, liking the post, but the content creation goes to the social media team. Then someone asked for how to boost social media pages. Social media pages are always boosted by social media ads. We have Facebook ads, we have Twitter ads, we have LinkedIn ads, we have Instagram ads. So you always pay for those ads so that they can boost your social media account. Then another one asked about the risks involved and the legal framework. The risks involved in, I'll start with the legal framework. There are rules that govern social media. Of course, we always have content. We have social media bullying laws, because most people go to social media to bully others. They post content talking bad about others. For example, you see a PWD and you post content while trying to make fun of them so that you can create followers. That is bad. So you have to follow the legal ways of posting things so that you post something that is not going to affect any other person. So you have to post content that is not going to affect any other organization. You can post content when your putting another organization down. So that is bad. You always have to make sure that the content you're posting or the post you're creating is not against the laws. You're not stepping on some other person's rights. So the risks involved are you're going to talk about something, or you're going to wake up one day and post something about a political party and maybe NUP, let's use it as an example. You're going to wake up and post something about NRM, and NUP people are going to attack you. So the risks involved is social media attack, social media bullying. People are going to bully you. You're going to come as a new institution, as a new organization. People are going to put you down. So you're going to have to be persistent and work on and concentrate on your work. And with time, people are going to like it. Then someone commented on the picture consent. Picture consent is a very good thing because someone can sue you for putting them on social media without their consent. You can take a picture of me and post me, and then I will come out and sue you for posting, because not everyone wants to be on social media. Some people don't want to appear on social media. So you have to be so careful when posting pictures on social media. When you take a picture and you find someone you have to take a good look before you post something. If you find something, there is someone that is not supposed to be in that picture, don't post it. Just keep it and look for another picture. Then posting videos without consent. Before you post a video, make sure the person in the video has consented and accepted to be on your post. Then someone asked for the tools required to create content. Well, other tools required, Marshall talked about the AI. We need cameras, we need good quality cameras, we need computers, we need phones. All those are the tools required to create content, and a team. So I think I've answered all the questions.
Yes, before we appreciate her, there are more questions. Maybe Gloria, you can have a seat as you note some other questions coming in, since we still have time.
Thank you very much, Gloria. My name is Brian. I'm a social media personality. To supplement on what you have said, it depends on the way how you are consistent on posting on social media. The more you are consistent, the more the followers. Because I saw this physically, I had a TikTok account with 7,000 followers. Now I changed the cameras, I changed the posts. It raised from 7,000 followers to 150,000 followers in less than 1 year. Facebook, similar story. How do you often post? Why do you post? And the quality of the photos and the videos you post. YouTube, it's a similar story. Because I think YouTube is supposed to be paying me by this month. If you post good videos, good photos, people will bring themselves automatically on the page. And if you become more consistent, and you have that person who's more creative, innovative, because when you get a video, you need to edit, add in more enhancements, do video color grading, and the rest. With that, I'm very sure that the page, the TikTok account, the Facebook, the YouTube, the followers will come. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Let me come. More questions are coming, Gloria.
Someone just said that I didn't explain the legal framework so well. There are very many laws that govern social media. We have the data protection, the cyberbullying, the privacy laws. all those you have, I explained them, though I didn't talk about them. So you have to make sure you follow them. The cyberbullying laws, you have to address online harassment. Make sure you're not harassing anyone while posting your content. Then about the privacy, that's where I talked about having consent, about the videos and pictures you post online. Then the intellectual property is about the copyright. For example, on TikTok, if you have a TikTok live and you're broadcasting someone's content, TikTok is going to ban you. You're not going to go on with a live stream. So you have to make sure that you follow the copyright laws. Don't post someone else's content. Then we have the data protection laws that regulate data storage and security. Yeah. Any other questions?
No, it's okay, Gloria. I just wanted to raise up an addition I forgot to put on the previous suggestions I added. It's about newsletters. In the private sector, they call it email marketing. We need to build a database of emails of people who are interested in what we do. I was saying while we were signing in, there is a section of emails. So whichever activity we are part of, we make sure we collect these emails, have a database of these emails, and then occasionally, which I would say at least every 6 weeks, you can write a newsletter about what your organization is up to and send to these emails you've collected. It just helps them keep updated about what's going on with your organization.
Thank you for that addition. Our presenter, you had something? Or it is covered?
Thank you so much. I just wanted to add, we've been talking about getting consent for photos, but let's make sure that the consent is actually in writing, not a verbal consent, because everything said but not documented can be denied. A few years ago, we were implementing a USAID project, and we went to visit one of the families that had appeared in our promotional materials. But when we got there, her husband took us to police, claiming we took a photo of his wife and his kids and got a lot of money from Mazungu, as the phrase goes. So even when you get the consent form signed, keep it filed in a safe place. Because once a legal issue is raised and you don't have evidence that this person actually signed a consent form, you cannot prove that consent was given.
Thank you. Maybe, Gloria, you can give us your concluding remarks in a minute or two. Yeah. Can summarize your... You know, we are favored. We got a lot of time, so use that opportunity, please.
So thank you, everyone. That was my presentation. Thank you for your participation. Thank you for your comments. Thank you for your recommendations and everything. Thank you so much.
Okay, I think let's join hands and appreciate Gloria for that elaborate presentation. I've not heard us appreciating. Let's appreciate her, please. Yeah, thank you, Gloria, for that presentation. It is enriching, I'm sure. If we have further questions to her, we can sit next to her, or during our social gathering, we can try to rub shoulders and we are able to get that information that we missed. As we wait for our other members to join, I think, yeah, The moderator has come, and as a group that has been here, I think we are done and waiting for the rest of the members. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David, for that. Members, you are all welcome back from the breakaway sessions. I've been trying to pull back. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from the group sessions. I hope you have all engaged and enjoyed the breakaway sessions. Remember, I reminded you in the morning, this is the final lap. If the conference has been going through you, this was the last one. You have to change gears and let you or yourself go through the what? The workshop. So I hope you have been engaging and you have been engaged too. Oh, you are the owner of the phone. We agreed if you are the owner of the phone, you first bring your USB number, you bring your TIN number, and then you can qualify. But in front of the people, I'm handing over, just in case of anything, evidence-based. Yes, so we are just having 1 minute. I've been trying to bulldoze the green card. I don't know what's the problem with the green, the third room. It has issues. And I'm still trying to pull them, but we are not going to wait for them. We're going to start. Unfortunately, they are going to miss our input, and we cannot wait any longer because of time. So we have now group, we have yellow. Here we have yellow, we have pink and blue. Pink and yellow, pink and blue. Pink and yellow. So we have green. The green is the host, and pink is the one which was at the poolside. Yellow was at the poolside. So it is the pink that is lost in oblivion. They are not finding their way here. We shall not wait for them. As we have been doing, the way we are going to do it, we are going to invite the team leader for a plenary. Team leader, you're going to give us your key takeaways. As you're breaking off, we agreed that you write some questions for URSB, for NGO Bureau, for CS BAG. You still have an opportunity to do that, just in case you have not. But otherwise, I already have some cards here with me. And the last one is that in the next 20 minutes, we should be going for lunch. There will be cards coming around. And my humble request, after using that card, hand it back to the hotel management. Otherwise, they charge the management of this conference. So we are kindly requesting you that when you receive that card, please give it back to the team. Without wasting time, the group, our host group here, that is green, come forward and take lead in the presentation. 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Julius. Considering the fact that I'm a very soft speaker, I hope the people behind can hear me. Can everyone hear me? The projector. Thank you. So, group 3 looked at the different, where is my book? The different social media tools that we can use to improve our visibility as an organization. And we have quite a number. Some of the tools are known to us, others are visitors. So we have the WhatsApp, the X, former Twitter, we have Facebook, we have LinkedIn, TikTok. I think everybody knows about TikTok because it keeps us awake almost the whole night. Website, Telegram, Snapchat. Sorry? Okay. So we are going to share with you the key takeaways from our presentation. Having looked at the different tools, we also have the search engine optimization that helps, that looks at having a blog section on the website, and it helps to always update with the articles or the content that you put on the page. Now, social media is about a few things that I'm going to discuss with the group here. One is that it's about storytelling. As Jesse, as a code, how do you want to tell your story? When we are telling stories, we pay attention to the 5 W's and the H. What do we want to say? Who do we want to say it to? When do we want to say it? Where do we want to say it? Why are we saying it? So all those must be addressed. And finally, how do you want to say it? The how will be determined by the people who are receiving the message. Are you targeting the elderly? Are you targeting young people? So the audience will determine what kind of tool you're going to use and when you're going to communicate the message. Social media is about content creation. When we are creating content, we also need to pay attention to the fact that not every content is useful. Only post what is useful to the kind of people you're targeting. And pay attention to some of the rules of engagement. We were told about the policies and legal framework, cyberbullying. Sometime last year, some people were arrested for bullying others online. Yeah? In April, one of our influencers got into a very heated argument because one accused the other of stealing their content. So we wouldn't want to have an organization being arrested or publicly embarrassed for copying what another organization has done and shared with their stakeholders. We need to be mindful that this is a continuous process. It's not a one-day off. And I already shared an example of a handsome man identifying a very beautiful girl in the village. The same process they go through of planning, preparing, having a strategy in place, we need to do the same. It's not a one-day thing. It's not a one-off. If you've told me the why, come back and tell me the what. Yes? Show me some evidence of what you're talking about. Otherwise, if you just say, you know, we were in Nyaika Hotel for 3 days. We were there, so many people came around, and we left. We were given transport allowance and accommodation. And you're not telling me about what was discussed, the content. You're not mentioning some of the key people who attended the conference. There is no photo to confirm what you're saying. At the end of the day, I'll be like, did this one learn by osmosis or through rumor mongering? Yeah? So let's not be like those people who report hearsay. Let's actually have the what? The evidence. Ensure that that team you work with has the capacity to operate and manage and handle the different social media platforms. I know of firms and organizations that have a whole department in charge of this. They are coming up with messages, they are generating content, they are taking pictures, they are editing stories, asking if there is consent form available for the photos taken before this gets into the online platform. And when we talk about photos, Let someone not give you consent verbally. Carol, can I take a picture of you and I pause, then you take me? That is not enough. Have me sign a consent form. And when I sign a consent form, don't leave it with me. Go with it, keep it in a safe place. The other day I read a story of someone who posted some content online and got a big following, got even interested people who wanted to work with that person and hire her. But because there was no consent, the person whose picture appeared there came around and said, "That's my story. Where is the evidence that I gave you permission to use this?" So let's not fall victim of such occurrences. When we talk about capacity building, have the equipment available, have the team trained on how to use them. The other day I was at office and one of us was asking if our content creator knew how to operate the new machine that was procured. That is a story in discussion still. So train the team on how to use the different equipments available so that you're not just buying them and keeping them in store. A group member talked about having a communication strategy in place. I think I should have started from here. Our strategy is like a roadmap to guide you on what you're going to do, when you're going to do it, how you're going to do it, what kind of activities are you going to do, when do you want to do it, with who, and all that. So even as we talk about the different social media platforms available, we also need to have a strategy in place to determine what kind of content are we going to send out there. Are we going to be known for bullying other people? Are we going to be known for discrediting what other organizations are doing, or for trying to steal their content? You need to determine and have a strategy in place to guide what kind of content you're sharing with your target audience.
A minute left.
And of course, a sustainability plan in place. How are you going to keep this running even when you don't have the resources? You have gotten some money to open these accounts, to make the required payments, to pay the different influencers to promote your activities online. Now that you don't have the money to continue paying them, you need to think about how you're going to continue having these accounts running without having a budget in place. And how do we do this? You're going to ensure that whatever you put out there is of good quality. Yeah? That everything you're doing is accurate. No one is going to come out and challenge you. Because this is how you're marketing yourself. This is how other people are going to get to know what you're doing and pick interest to come and be part of what you're doing. Don't do it today and tomorrow you say, so many people followed me yesterday, I can relax. Once you start something with good quality, maintain the quality. Let people know you for the good that you're giving them. Don't make 5 steps because so many international donors are shaking hands with you and acknowledging your efforts. Then you say, okay, we did so well last year. This year we can relax and go on holiday. I think I've used all the time given to me. So thank you so much.
And the 1 minute given to you also ended very well.
My name's Carolina Thieno, and I work with joint efforts to save the environment as the communications and advocacy manager. Thank you so much.
A big hand clap to Carol. Thank you very much, Carol, for that very good summary. I think she has ably represented group. Yes, I'm seeing the hand up. You have a question? Okay. Okay, in the meantime, just write it on the paper. We finish up the plenary, and then there will be a Q&A. But in the meantime, you can be putting it down on paper. Thank you. Yes. Yes, another big hand clap for Carol. Big hand clap for Gloria. I really loved, I partly stole the time here because social media, I know most of us are just on what? On WhatsApp. But I think if we get some time, we shall have one other slide to show the other platforms, social platforms we can use to market our work. I think it was a very enriching engagement right here. And a good testimony on my side, for me, I don't know them, but I know WhatsApp. But Eddie got to know what I'm doing and invited me here because of the post I sent on WhatsApp. So as you start posting the Ian rides, Man U, Arsenal, can we also start posting what we do, those change stories, the nice stories about Kadiofi and others? If you cannot do it on Twitter, on YouTube, you can also do it on what? WhatsApp. Deal? All right. And I think you don't have to ask for a donor, any donor. I'm hearing people, how do we sustain our social media account? Are we still asking that question? Even after Kadiofe giving us a big presentation about my story, and we are still saying, how can I sustain it? Okay. Group Yellow. Group Yellow, where are you? All right. Group Yellow is going to take us through for 5 minutes, and I want to keep it 5 minutes. I'm happy today is a day for ladies. Yes. The other 2 days we have been taking you on, and today you can see you are really taking us on.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Vicky Kakurora. I work for Kind Initiative for Development Uganda. It is Kind Uganda based in Chenjoju. We have a mandate to operate in the entire country, though most of our operations are concentrated in the Rwenzori region. So as the Yellow Group, we looked at how to strengthen our relationship, our working relationship with the district local governments. And in this, we realized that there were gaps. And our key takeaways, which include our recommendations, are to address these gaps that have been identified. I'm going to be very brief, but to the point. So we realize that as NGOs, we have a gap in as far as implementation is concerned. For instance, at times there is duplication of resources. We identify areas where we want to operate, where the district does not want us to take the services, or the area is overserved. So to bridge that gap, we agreed that as NGOs, we need to share our theories of change. That is right from the planning process. Before we develop a proposal, we need to work closely with the district to ensure that we identify the areas that need our services before we can submit our proposals, to ensure that we deal with resource duplication, but also ensure that we meet the needs of the communities we serve. We also agreed, we realized that there is a gap. Yesterday we were talking about digitalization, and we realized that most of the district local governments have not upgraded to that level. For instance, they have websites that are not up to date. So it was a recommendation to the district local governments to upgrade or to digitalize. For instance, some of the information that we need, some of the data that we need, we can easily access it from the websites without having to physically visit these offices. We also realized that there is a gap in as far as the labor laws are concerned. I bet there are NGOs that are conversant with the labor laws that do exist. So we were taken through some of the labor laws. Of course, we were given a brief, and we realized that there is the Labor Unions Act, there is the Occupational Safety and Health Act, there is the Labor Health, the Workman's Compensation Act, which most of us are not conversant with. So to bridge this gap, we agreed that the labor laws need to be popularized. And in this, we agreed that we need to work closely with the Labor Office to ensure that our employers and employees are at it when it comes to the implementation of the labor laws. Then another thing was, another takeaway was on NGOs, as NGOs, since we are not so conversant with the labor laws, we need to domesticate, we need to ensure that our human resource policies include some of the recommendations within the labor laws. For instance, we realize that there is a gap in as far as workman's compensation is concerned. You can have an employee who gets an accident at a workplace or on their way to the workplace, but they are not compensated, or they are not compensated according to the law. So we agreed as NGOs that we need to incorporate the salary structures, of our employees to include employee-related expenses and benefits. For instance, the Workman's Compensation, following the Workman's Compensation Act. We also agreed that we need to review, improve, that is the domestication of the labor laws into our human resource policies. Then we also realized that there is a gap. For instance, for some of us as NGOs, when we are called by these local governments to participate in the meeting, some of us do not turn up. So to bridge that gap, we agreed that we need to have representatives at that level. For instance, we are requesting the Uganda National NGO Forum to reinstate and to support the functionality of some of the district NGO forums to ensure that they function and we have representatives at that level. For instance, if the district is planning, let us have a representative as NGOs from the district NGO forums. I rest my case.
Big hand clap to Group Yellow. Cliff and your team, thank you very much. Thank you for keeping time and managing it very well. I know you have questions. Please, if you think they're going to evaporate, just put them down. We are coming to a Q&A in the next 5 minutes. The last breakout session group, we have a team leader from the pink team, Kakuru's team. What is your team leader? Oh yes, the gentleman. Isn't that a longer route? Okay, you're a young man. Very dynamic. Yes. All right. Let's welcome the big man. He's over here to take us through the labor laws. They? What are you taking us through?
You don't remember?
Yes. Participation.
Participation of CSOS in the policy. Yeah, thank you so much. As you said, the first were women, ladies, but I'm also a gender advocate. So not just a man. So we are all in that category. Kayinga Mudisto, I work for Cotphone from Lwengo Gweta Masaka. I'm giving you the takeaways from our group. It was looking at our participation in civil society, participation policy processes. We really had a very good presentation thanks to Mr. Kakulu, who helped us to understand what a policy is. And some colleagues were saying this would be in a big house, because it was really very important that we all get to know that a policy being a set of principles, guidelines, or rules established by government to guide decision making and action on specific issues. And the good example we were reflecting more was the decentralization policy of 1992, because our focus was on our involvement at sub-national level. So I think our involvement, when we go into that policy that puts the local government act and all that, is where our role as civil society would be more understood. Then when we talked about our takeaways, one of the things we realized from our group after getting into all the issues about policy was our observation that much as policies are put in place, either with actions, but the stakeholders usually who come up with the policies forget the need to involve those who are to be affected by those policies. A good example has been cited on the NGO Act. In fact, the amendment which is for this year, you realize that it also includes the CBOs, which are controlled by the local government. But if you ask which local governments participated in the amendment for 2024, so you are saying you were CBOs from the national level. did you participate? So policy leaders here are really called to think of that. If you talk about PMD, partial development model, you are getting to the citizens. Were those citizens involved in getting that out, or it came as a directive? And after all, you say it has not worked. So we see that disconnect, because these policies are not for trees. They are for citizens to really better go. So we realize that this is very important. The stakeholders to know that citizens and civil society have to be engaged. Then two, our key takeaway was on evidence-based advocacy as CSOs. That to better participate in the policy processes, we really need to have facts and figures. People were citing Mr. Julius, where he was presenting here. We know facts, figures, that even if you are engaging, you really must be talking facts. Not either social media post you saw, you know. So, and we realize that sub-national level there are gaps. You rarely find a local government saying, this is our district annual health report with all those facts. That if you go into budget conference, you will rely on what the district produced. So lack of such reports at some national level is a problem, and we think if we invest into that, those facts will be helping us to participate in policy processes. Then this came as some few recommendations. There is a need for capacity building to civil society actors in policy processes. We must understand what is the policy cycle. Are we aware? What are we going to influence? Do we know? So maybe CASPO, GIZ CASPO needs to interest itself into that. If we want to participate at our national level, the capacity to policy issues needs to be strengthened as CSOs, so that we know where we are going. Otherwise, if you sit in a house like this, when you are uninformed, still those who have invited you will just see you as if you have come to eat food and maybe just enjoy their hotel. So that gap needs to be bridged. Then civic engagement and capacity building. Most of these policies are affecting citizens, but sometimes we don't put citizens at the forefront to voice their concerns. So CSOs, we should be influencing, advocating for these policies when citizens are at the front lines. We need to build their capacity to understand everything. Then we put them a platform where they are able. I know GIZ we are doing things like barazas, especially like in Ruengo, where we are reaching out. And why you did the baraza idea, that local government would come, citizens would speak, then they would pick issues from the citizens. Other than you getting, I have come with certain issues, as who. Then tomorrow, you might be taken to be as if you are doing your own things. Lastly, CSOs to understand policies affecting our work. And also the policies that we need to use to do our work. For example, Access to Information Act. If you want information from the local government, you know that the law gives you 21 days. But you may go to them and say, I have come, this is my letter, and you don't get the information. You need to wait for those 21 days so that you know. So you ask that information in advance so that you can really able to participate in that. And lastly, CSO coordination at some national level. That if our like NGO forums or CSO forums, they need to be strengthened, because you cannot go ask the local government the same information the other one will ask. But if we have that forum, we might use it to access everything we need from the local government, and then we can able to engage as a team. I thank you so much.
Thank you very much, my brother. A big hand clap. Big hand clap to the man from Masaka and his team leader and the key facilitator, Mr. Kakuru. Thank you very much for the wonderful presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of the breakaway session plenary, and now it's time for Q&A, and we only have 10 minutes to do Q&A, and then we break off for lunch. And I will right away start with Nudipu. Dennis, you have 1 minute to raise your question. And please, if you are very inspired and you have that burning question, you want to raise it up, please, this is the time. Your hand, and I'll pick you. If you are not still very comfortable to stand up, I'll come and pick a piece of paper and I'll ask the question on your behalf.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm Dennis Odwar, and I work with the National Union of Disabled Persons of Uganda, NUDIPO. And mine is in the area of communication. We always give information out as civil society organizations on what we are doing. And sometimes we miss out having our communications inclusive for persons with different categories of disabilities. Say, for example, someone who has a hearing impairment, who cannot listen to the voice. At least the communication that we are making should be in a format that is accessible. Someone can read and understand what maybe you are talking about. And also, there are people who may not understand the communication, may not see physically, but still they would want to know what are you communicating about. So it is just like awareness to all of us, like when we are having any important communication we are making, we should try to be as inclusive as possible for the benefit of persons with disabilities.
Thank you.
Because they also need this. It is very important for us to be inclusive. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. David, there is a lady, Achiro. Please, we recognize your presence. Own it. Thank you for coming.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I've been listening a little bit from all the different groups. Just like my brother said, I think it's important for us to start thinking a little bit more broadly on programming. And the issues we work on, and bringing in the intersectionalities. I've hardly heard anything about gender equality and all these issues we are talking about. How do we connect the dots? Because we work in our small cocoons. You know, I'm working on environment, I'm working on anti-corruption, I'm working on, you know, budget transparency. But if we do not connect the dots to the bigger picture of issues that link to human rights, then we'll continue working in isolation, and eventually even the results we intend to achieve get to be, you know, watered down. So my point here is really for us to broaden our thinking beyond our small focus areas to see, like now environment, the issues of climate change is the in thing. The other day I was talking to somebody and they said, oh, Rita, you know, for us, we don't work on GBV. We are environmentalists. And I'm like, excuse me? That has a huge connotation on issues of violence against women and girls, because they go look for water, they're the ones looking for fuel, the firewood, they face violence. And then when we had this discussion, they realized that, oh my goodness, we hadn't thought about that. So let's be a little bit more critical. The second issue is on the issue of advocacy and evidence-based advocacy. As partners, as development workers, there are organizations that have walked this journey for a while. Maybe it would be nice next time for our partners, GIZ, to have some of the partners share practical experiences of evidence-based advocacy, looking at both the successes but also the backlash. There's a lot of backlash in advocacy. At times you think you're making mileage. In actual sense, it is a serious backlash. And I can give you an example. We have been at the front line advocating for women's rights and gender equality, women in leadership. We all know the backlash that we are facing now. And it's taking us back into thought processes. What didn't we do right? What do we need to be doing differently? So those practical experiences probably will help us better. Thank you so much.
Very big hand clap to Achiro. Yes, evidence-based advocacy. I also picked a broader look at our interventions and programming. And I think that is extremely very important. And Kancha, you've got a big role to refocus our conversations and also planning. Have I seen a hand up there? Yes, you have a, okay. Yes, any other question? Yes, there is a question over there. I feel uncomfortable to start saying, ladies, ladies, no. This is for all of us, okay? Isn't it? For now. Yes, a lady, if you feel like you have a question, it's okay. But we're not going to say, please, lady, put up your hand, okay? Because all of us have participated equally. Yes.
Mine is basically a comment, not a question. I think what I would advise civil society organizations is to pragmatize the communication element, whereby awareness and advocacy kind of features in most of the projects we are running. Whether we have funds or not, I think it should be a consistent plan to create awareness and a consistent plan to do advocacy for particular issues. That means before we do social media, the pivotal element that you need to cater for is your website. Yes. Blogging and breaking down those blogs into content. When we are planning for office equipment, one of the key things should be a smartphone. If you don't have a camera, smartphones are now much easier than cameras and cheaper.
Okay, thank you very much. You're struggling to look for cameras, whatever, but the smartphones are giving us another way of doing it. So instead of taking our wedding pictures, we can also take good pictures of the work we do and also communicate. I think I've not had any question apart from the one of Nudip. And Nudip, I wanted to say something a little bit, and also, I don't know whether you'll agree with me. We are living in a world of competition. Yes? First me, then others. I saw it during COVID time, when the whole world closed, and when it came to vaccinations, you know why they went first? And the South was the what? Was the last. I've had some people saying, you know, the problem of competition, we must compete. We are in the world of what? Competition. And Nudip, I think we need to start a conversation about how we start coming up from the Nudip's perspective, how we start coming up with inclusive communication approaches that are tailored to PWDs. And if we don't start that advocacy ourselves, it's going to be very difficult for these others who are also focused on other thematic areas to come to us. I think we shall have that conversation a little more. But if, Gloria, you have a quick response to that, I'll be happy. Inclusive communication channels to include other categories of people like PWDs. Yes? Yes, but I think, Nudip, we can have a sideline conversation to see how we can start our own advocacy or innovative approaches to see that all that is coming on table. Yes, any other question? Ladies and gentlemen, is there anybody who has heard about crowdfunding? Is anybody participating and benefiting from crowdfunding here? Or we are all into proposal writing? In one of the breakaway sessions, there was a very interesting case study of crowdfunding. And it's a new thing in our bars and conversations. And I would request that in the afternoon session, we give her 3 minutes just to talk about crowdfunding. Why I'm saying that? I've been in several global discussions on crowdfunding, and there is a lot of money coming in, and there are even NGOs that have been created to mobilize funding, and they're getting their sustainability from crowdfunding. And it seems to be an alien thing, especially in this space. And I would request, if you allow, after lunch, we shall give only 3 minutes to a case study from one of the ladies here, very young, enterprising, and I think you'll love it. And I would wish we can just give it a try, and we see the resources that are coming in. We have agreed with our special guests, Stephen, Julius, that we respond to the questions that you have given them, and Prince, after lunch. We have already alerted the hotel that we shall be enjoying. Somebody was saying, you know, you are here to enjoy. Yes, we have come here to enjoy food, water, but also engage. And it's at this juncture that I'm inviting all of us to go. Yes, Eddie was telling me that lunch is well organized and the hotel is waiting for us. The afternoon session is going to be a little different. I must say that we are now in another gear. All breakaway sessions are gone. We are now, 3 days we are trying to, you know, gather everything together. So the speed now is coming to what? To zero. But we are not yet at zero. So we are going for the lunch break, and I'm requesting we shall have a little bit of arrangement because of the session we are going to, especially for these two middle rows. So just in case you find your laptop or your table or whatever is in another place, come to my desk. I will explain to you in details about that rearrangement. We all have cards. Just a reminder, hand in that card, don't go away with it because the hotel will charge the organizers of the conference. We have an evaluation online, and after lunch, we shall be working on that evaluation. We want to know how we've done it and how you've made it. And also to emphasize and ensure that the conference has not gone through you, but you have gone through the what? The conference. I wish you, hey, they say bon appetit. Tugende, child.
It's Africa's baddest DJ. DJ Kalonji, the crowd mover. Africa, stand up.
DJ Kalonji. Hey, watch those places you're walking, mind and pay you time. Watch out for them vampires who will sneak up in the dark. Watch out for them big time thief who claim said that they're smart. But I bring in the
Pepper. Somebody. Handaran.
I will tell you what I look at.
One next. Hey, here next to you. Say, Kalonji. Handaran.
Good afternoon, members. Welcome from the lunch break. Welcome from the lunch break. I'm requesting the Kancha team to call in all the members, and we get into our last session of the day. Yes. The last session. Hello. Hello, people. Are you there? Yes? I can see. I don't know whether the mango trees have taken away people there, or you have taken the mangoes. I'm missing some people here. Yes. Good, 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 good. We agreed right from the very beginning that whoever is there is the right person. and we are going to start with the right people who are here. Hello. Yes, you are all welcome members. I hope you enjoyed your lunch break. We are entering our last session of our civil society conference, and we are honored to have our deputy RDC, Kabarole District, Paul Wiri. You're very much welcome. He was here with us yesterday. He was with us the first day, and he's still with us. We can still welcome him with a big hand clap. Members, can we clap for our RDC who has been with us for the last 3 days? And I'm also honored to note that the steering committee of GIZ is also right here with us, and we are honored to be with you. And whenever time comes, they will be officially introduced to us. And I also want to welcome each one of us. What is exciting is that I've been seeing a full team in the house right from day one, day two, and we are again coming to the end of the conference. We are still having a full house. That is very special of us, very special of you, and I thank you so much for that. We are starting our afternoon by responding to a few questions that came from the last 3 sessions, the last 2 days. That is a session on compliance, URSB. We have a gentleman called Prince. Please, Prince, come forward. Prince is going to respond to the questions on URSB. We have Julius, who will be responding to questions on budgeting. And then we shall end with Stephen, and Stephen will end with questions about the NGO Bureau. And we need to agree on time. This is just a slotted-in program. I want us to use, Julius, how massive are your questions? 5? Can we use 5 minutes? We are going to use 5 minutes, and within 5 minutes, we should be able to summarize, and also we can do a follow-up. Thank you so much, Prince, for creating time to be with us.
Thanks a lot. I'm called Bebaze Prince Mudisha from URSB, Uganda Registration Services Bureau. I sit in Kabarole. I'm the registration officer in charge of Kabarole, Fort Portal, Kamwenje, Ntoroko, and Ubundubujo. Since we have been given a few minutes, you will allow me to answer these questions that have been forwarded to me. URSB has many branches in Uganda. We have over 8 branches now. We have in Irira, Arua, Guru, Masaka, Mbare, Hoima, Mbarara, and Posta, Uganda. URSB does a lot of things. It offers you a variety of registration, your registration needs. It does intellectual property registration. It has been doing civil registration, though they are planning to take it to NIRA. It does business registration, and it does legal documents registration. Going direct to the first question, this person is saying that kindly always allow us to file our resolutions, though some of the members may not be present or may have moved on or may not be in the company. You know, URSB having a mandate of registering businesses and companies, as I have told you, we are supposed to follow the laws that are set in Company Registration Act 2012 that we are following. So my brother, when you are filing a resolution, we cannot simply allow you to file a resolution, for example, when you are 1 or 2 and yet your company contains 8 directors. So that's why sometimes when you present your resolution signed by 2 people, and on our documents or in our register we have that that company has 8 directors, we always advise you at least to get half of the directors. So for example, if you are 8 directors in a company, you are passing a resolution, at least it should be passed by 4 people, half of it. So if you sign a resolution 2 people and your company has 8 directors, for sure there is no way we can help you. We cannot allow that. By law, we are not allowed to do that. Then on that same point, there are some members who may disappear and reappear after some time. For example, we have companies which have shareholders. You find the company has 10 shareholders. And now you find that someone is passing a special resolution. He wants to borrow money from the bank, but you find that special resolution is signed by 2 people. And yet the company has 10 shareholders. And you know these special resolutions are passed by shareholders who are the owners of the company. So in that case, there is no way we can file that resolution which is signed by 2 people and yet it has 10 shareholders. I think I've answered you that question. Then another one was saying, what are the risks to operate a company limited by guarantee and without shares, without NGO or CBO certificate? Of course, the risk is that if you are operating or you have a company limited by guarantee, which we call a non-profit making company, you are going to miss chances of NGO, because according to the law, when we register you at URSB, we give you a certificate, memorandum, and other forms that are required. Then you are supposed to present them to the NGO's board Kampala to get that certificate to operate as an NGO. So that means if you don't have that certificate from the NGO, you will miss chances of operating as an NGO because you will not be an NGO according to the laws. You can be operating as a charity organization or a non-profit making organization, like churches. Churches operate as companies limited by guarantee. We have community organizations which register, get certificate from us, and start doing their activities, but you cannot operate as an NGO until you go to the NGO's board and get their permit or certificate. Then that's when you can start operating as NGO. I think I've answered you. So for the few minutes given to me, allow me to stop there if there is no any other question. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prince. I know you have so many questions, but time is not on our side. Prince, where can we find you?
I sit at URA at Ruhandika Street, opposite UBA. I have my desk there.
Okay. Are your services free?
No, they are not free, of course. There is a certain capital money that you have to pay for whatever service that you want. But the fees are not uniform. It depends on the service that you want.
I'm talking about your person. Are you a civil servant or you're a private person? We want to know if somebody has to engage you besides the legal fees. Do we pay anything to you?
No, You are supposed to pay the legal fees that you are supposed to pay for the services that is being offered. When you come to office, we don't charge you. We only charge you for the service that you want. For example, if you want a company registration, we give you the charges that you are supposed to pay, and that's all.
A big hand clap to Prince. Julius, 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. Yes, I have a few questions. One is, what measures are being taken to reduce debt and elevate the burden on citizens? And what happens if we fail to pay? If you are a company in Uganda, then you go to prison, isn't it? But Uganda can't go to prison. But of recent, a number of things are happening. One is that you lose credibility on international basis because you are seen as a defaulter. So countries cannot be able to give you money. But what has also happened is that those whom you owe money will start confiscating your properties. So if, for example, Uganda Airlines lands in Dubai, someone would have a court order to sell the airline and they pay themselves. However, also is that the Auditor General mentioned in one of the audit reports that we have so stringent contracts with our creditors that actually there is no sovereignty in those contracts, that government of Uganda cannot claim immunity. So it means that who knows how many assets we have in this country that can be sold? Can you tell me? Who knows assets we have in this country that belong to government that can be sold? There are so many. We have Lake Victoria. We have Uganda Airlines. We have the hydroelectric powers. We have hospitals. We have schools, all those things. The airport, those things actually can be taken. People are saying if you default and they want their money, you can actually have. So you don't want to do that. And I'm happy government of Uganda has tried so much to ensure that they pay up. But measures, one, of course, is that rationalization. Let us reduce our expenses. Number two is improve absorption. We have 14.4 trillion of undisbursed loans. This is the money that we borrowed, signed the contract, but has not come to Uganda because we are not ready to use it. And because of that, in the next financial year, we are going to pay 113 billion in terms of commitment fees. Commitment fees, this is the penalty you pay for not using the money you promised to borrow. You've heard that. The other question, how can government reduce extravagance? This one is the hardest. Reducing extravagance, let me tell you, there are things in the budget that should not even appear, or we should reduce their money. One, next financial year we shall spend 171 billion on workshops, 36 billion on state ceremonies. Today the president is giving a State of Nation address. Around probably 500 million will have been spent on that. So next financial year, we're spending 36 billion on state ceremonies, Labor Day, Women's Day, International, all those days. We are going to spend 137 billion on welfare and entertainment, 300 billions on special drinks and meals, 144 billions on travel abroad, 166 billions on donations, 83 billions on motor vehicle and on heavy motor vehicle, and 105 billions on light motor vehicle, 46 billion on fuel, 371 billion on fuel, and 46 billion on furniture and fittings, entebbe plus chairs and all of those things. So there is a lot we can go there. We have done analysis. We can actually come to around like 4 trillion, which we can just get out of that. Where have we gone wrong on debt? Debt is, but I'm glad that we are feeling it now, because usually people will say, we are sustainable, and everybody will say, okay, let's move on. But it's real. It's real. That's coming, and I've never received so many questions on debt like now. I think the whole idea here is that really how we have gone wrong, because one is that we are not borrowing on concessional loans, the ones that have got long term 40 years. The grace period to pay, you have like 10 years to pay, and the interest is actually below 1%. Then we are going for domestic commercial, Stanbic Bank and the Standard Chartered Bank, streets, whereby they give you a 5-year loan, you should pay in 5 years or 10 years. Grace period is like 6 months, like another commercial bank. Interest rate is around 4 to 3%. I mean, it's huge. Currently is 60% of our loan portfolio is concessional and 30% is non-concessional, commercial. But we are seeing commercial loans increasing. 5 years ago, they were like in 10 to 15%, but now the share is increasing high. Secondly is, of course, we need to reduce. We go for these loans because there is pressure to spend. But also we are spending in very risky ventures. Very risky ventures. 723 billion is going to be paid to a pharmaceutical company that we don't know its value. It's a private company. We don't know the value of the company, but we have pumped in 753 billion. We have money that is going for Presidential Banana Initiative. Who knows that in Bushenyi? They are supposed to have helped us turn banana into powder and we export. We have never exported a single kilogram. And now we have 120 billion to be spent on that project. We have Rubawa Hospital, 476 billion. You know this government spends in billion. There's nothing like in millions, no. So these are some of the risky ventures I want to tell you about. That, okay, when we borrow, can we spend in better ways? So we can reduce that risky business of spending. Many actors argue that reducing MPs reduce the cost of the budget, but keeping MPs, blah, 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 blah. Okay, MPs, I have a number here I want to give you. It's not a nice one. Parliament spends 2.5 billion per day to manage itself. So multiply that by 360 days, you will know the amount of money we are spending on Parliament. So 3 per day, by the way. On a serious note, we calculated that per day, 2.5 billion. Number 4, who has, so the other important element also is reducing, number 4 is what have CSOs done to ensure that budget monitoring preparation and enhancing budget monitoring and preparation. Again, I think as CSOs we have done great in terms of monitoring the budget, because by the time we came into this sphere, there were very few organizations who do budget monitoring. But almost all NGOs in this country now are doing budget monitoring. You go see whether that hospital is functioning, you go see whether that health, primary school is functioning, and I think we need to enhance that but also coordinate it. We need to coordinate that, but we need to challenge ourselves now and take another step. Do you know that 2.2 million children enter primary 1 every year? And how many children sat PRE? I think there were 300, 500. Quite a huge difference. Where do the rest of the children go? Have you ever asked yourself? I know Rita will tell me, oh, at a pregnancy, but for almost 1.5 million children, people say labor, no. People are cooking figures. It's only until your neighbor comes and says, we need each child to line up, that you don't have the ghost now to put there. So you claim these children either died, dropped out of school, but from the beginning, you've been cooking figures. Go to a primary school and count how many children for just 1 week, and we compare that to the enrollment rate. What we have also done is we have tried to increase budget transparency. We are the first in the East African region and number 4 in the whole of Africa. This budget transparency is not the same as budget accountability. Let us distinguish that. Budget transparency is about provision of information. You can get any budget information you want. We even get budget information in Excel. You can't believe it. We know. We can even list people on the national budget who takes more donation than the other. on travel abroad, we know which department and office takes more of travel abroad than the other. We can do that. So we need to use this information so that we can enhance our budget monitoring and service delivery. Then there was this question of salaries. Somebody asked and says, how can we advocate for a reduced wage bill? The wage bill, the only solution for the wage bill is a review salary commission. The budget for the legal department of UNRWA is more than the budget of the Director of Public Prosecution. And when they, and the Attorney General's office. But when they sue UNRWA, they will never sue UNRWA alone. They will sue UNRWA with the Attorney General. That's the disparity we have, I tell you about, the salary. Disparity we have in this country. So we need a review commission that will decide every financial year to either reduce or increase salaries and harmonize the salaries that we are getting as public service. There was the last one is somebody wanted a breakdown of each and everything we have. We have it. Moderator, if you can get me an email where I can send this presentation, I can do that. We've already broken down the budget on different areas. I can share with the presentation and you go through. If you have more questions, you can also send me the questions for CSBAG, and we are ready to answer. Our job actually is to provide you with information. So, and our services are free. So send me an email and say, I want to know how much Cabarol is spending. I will get you that information. But I encourage you, go to the www.budget.finance.go.ug. It's a budget website for government of Uganda. If you don't get information there, please get to me. We shall be able to provide you that information. Even the way you want it analyzed, we shall do it for you to be analyzed. Thank you so much.
A very big hand to Julius. Thank you so much, Julius. And I just hijacked Julius. And I think he has ably answered your questions. I'm giving him, our key contact team here is Kancha. And I'm forwarding the email to Kancha. The crowdfunding lady. Thank you very much, Julius, again, for that very good presentation. And just in case you cannot reach out to Julius, you can always reach out to Kancha. And yes, our friend Stephen Okello, more questions for you. Can we welcome Okello? He's going to talk to us and respond to the questions briefly, and then we'll also give his closing remarks officially here. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. I spent the whole day talking with you on Tuesday. I hope you had a break yesterday, so yeah, but thank you so much for the questions. There are a couple of questions here. The first one is definitely something on the rationalization. What is the status of the proposed rationalization of the NGO Bureau as a department within Ministry of Internal Affairs? The status is that that Parliament passed the NGO Amendment Bill 2024. It's currently for assent before the President. What I know as per now is that it has not yet been assented to, and we are waiting for that assent. I hope that answers that question. The other one is that as CBOs required to register with the Data Protection Office in order to get a document from the Personal Data Protection Office, the answer is no. That it's only NGOs that are registered with the NGO Bureau that are required to do so. But of course, there's also a debate that is ongoing, and I do not know where it will end. that CBOs also are being looked at, much as they are not yet registering, and the debate is whether they should also be made to register. There's already ongoing conversation whether CBOs should also be made to incorporate. The reason being that a number of CBOs actually are fit to be NGOs. So a number of them are acquiring property, a number of them are signing partnership agreements, a number of them are doing so many things that require a body corporate to be doing. So right now, the process of reviewing the NGO Act 2016 was halted because of the rationalization process, but I know once it resumes, that is a conversation we all need to think through. Let everyone in this room start to take a decision whether you want CBOs to be made a body corporate or they should maintain the status where you only get a certificate of registration and a permit, and you do not have to incorporate. So as per now, they are not required to get a certificate with the Personal Data Protection Office. The other question is that we sublet for sustainability. Why should we be penalized for office sharing as a source of revenue? Now, this question is not so clear, but what I pick from it is the issue of office sharing. I think overall, the principle is that under the laws, every NGO must have a physical address. And even if you were within the same premises and sharing offices with another organization, it's important that it still remains distinct. Meaning that if, let me say, we were in this building and there were around 5 NGOs sharing this space, at least the signpost out there should show that all the 5 are inside here. Because if the signpost out there is showing only one organization, then it becomes hard for someone to know that there are others also within the same premises. Because they may come inside thinking they're only going to find one organization, then they find there are 5 others who are also sharing the same space. So my response to this is that if you are to share any space with another entity, it's important that you also indicate from the signpost that that is where you are located, so that they do not just find you within another premises and yet nothing shows that you are within that location. There are other questions here. The first one is, why is having a box number still an issue, yet we no longer get services from post office? Now for this one, I don't think the NGO Bureau is insisting on box numbers now. No, we don't. What I think this was a question for you, URSB. Yeah, URSB, I think this is your question. So I think you'll note and you'll just respond after I'm done. That why are you still asking for box numbers, yet they are no longer being used? So you'll respond to that. But for NGO Bureau, what we focus on now is strictly give us a phone number of the organization and give us an email of the organization. A number of organizations apply for services and they're using individual numbers and emails of people who at times leave these organizations. But I think it's important that every organization needs to register their own emails and also have their own phone numbers. The other one is that since civil society and NGOs deal with development issues other than security, is it possible for the government to shift the NGO Bureau from Minister of Internal Affairs to Minister of Gender? Now, for this one, I've already told you that the process of reviewing the policy and the act is going to take place. My call to all of you is that such ideas and proposals, put them together, and the moment consultations start, you put them forward. Because right now I cannot tell you or commit that that is going to happen until when that time reaches. The other question is that are NGOs allowed to register and operate nationwide? or they are only supposed to be in districts or regions. Now, each time an NGO is being given permission to operate, you have two options. One is pick a district or districts you're going to operate on and they appear on your permit, or pick a countrywide area of operation. So the moment you are there, it's important that you are clear whether you want countrywide or you want a particular district. The next question by the same person is that what appears on the certificate of operation if you register to operate at the national level? Is it the number of districts or you intend to operate with, or it shows the national bit? What happens is that if you are going to operate in only one district, it is simple to just say you are in Fort Portal. And if you are going to operate in 3 districts, it's easy to put those 3 on your permit. But if you are going to operate in 15 districts, we don't have space on that permit to put all the 15. You are actually safer just indicating countrywide so that you are given a leeway to operate at the countrywide. So what we indicate on the permit is countrywide where the districts are many. But if it is one single district, then we only give you that district. The other one is that this is still on the rationalization. Elaborate more on how the NGO Bureau will operate after the transition in case it happens, and that is from beginning of 1st July. So I've told you, let's wait for the assent by the President, then we shall come back to this particular area. Then the last question I have here is a request that the NGO Bureau needs to improve on communication, as at times there's no one answering the emails or giving feedback on the progress for the people up country. I can confidently tell you that the NGO Bureau has a communications department that keeps responding to all the emails and also responding to phone calls and making phone calls. This is a feedback I'm going to give to them in case there is someone who feels they are not answering their emails, and we can also engage further on this. But also still on this, there are organizations that give us emails, and you keep communicating, sending to those emails, yet these organizations no longer use them. Either they have abandoned them, and yet they will at some point claim they are not receiving communication. There are also those that you send communications and they take their own time to respond. Assuming the NGO Bureau sent you a communication today and you took, let me say, 6 months to respond to it, one thing you should know that is happening is that the NGO Bureau is going to have to wait until the time you respond before they can act on your application again. So this is a message I'm going to take back to the people at the communications department, so that they can ensure that the communication between them and the actors within the sector is effective. I was also told to give my final remarks on this particular event. All I want to say is that, first of all, I want to thank the organizers, Chanka and Kancha, so sorry. Kancha, yes, Kancha, and then also the funders, GIZ. And also in a special way, I want to thank the moderator. I don't know if anyone here has clapped for you before, but I think you have done a commendable job. You see, having a moderator who understands the subject matter makes work so easy. It is so easy for him because you can tell that he appreciates the subject matter. So you have done a very commendable job. But overall, from the NGO Bureau, I want to thank all of you for inviting me and the organizers, GIZ, and also the organizations behind this. I want to thank you for inviting us, but also I want to request that let's continue to have these engagements. On Tuesday, one of the key things coming out was that we need more sensitization and more capacity building. A number of you who came here on Tuesday, I don't think are going to leave the same. There's so much you have picked from all the stakeholders there, whether it is the keynote addresses, the panelists who are here all this time. There's so much that they've actually put forward. So I want us to really continue these engagements. And I think this is the first region that is benefiting from this regional engagement. They're actually lucky, and they should count themselves lucky that they were picked first. I just want to make a humble request to GIZ and the organizers that please move on to the other planned regions too. I'm aware you have other plans that, and also give them this opportunity. And I'm very convinced that the more we give this opportunity, then you are going to get everyone on board. By the time you finally have the convention at the national level, people will come well informed for that. So thank you so much, and I wish you all the best. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, you can go. Another big round of applause. Thank you so much, Stephen Okello. I would love to be the ED, but I don't want to be in your position. Because right from Monday, it's like the conference was about you. But I'm happy you managed to stand and, brave through all this. And thank you for appreciating my work. But I also have someone not written by me. It's in nice handwriting. Mine is poor. And it says, I'm appreciating the work of the Bureau, specifically Mr. Okello. Unlike other executive officers, I'm not the one, at least I'm not, it's not me. Unlike other executive officers, he is a down-to-earth person. And if you have not received any flower from the Rwenzori region, this is the one you take with you, sir. As I also informed you, part of my work at TSED, we do compliance. I want to agree with Stephen. Their communication team is very effective. Very effective. They respond. And the only thing maybe we are requesting you, like URSB, there is a toll-free line. And I would request that you also put there a toll-free line and people to man it. But otherwise, the communication team is very, very effective. Yes, Bridget, we have a very enterprising lady, and she's going to share with us, beyond writing proposals, beyond washing cars, so many ways, selling crafts, what else can we do to raise funds? Just in 3 minutes, and I know Bridget, you'll do it.
Thank you so much, moderator. I hope I managed to use the 3 minutes. I'm Bridget Chigambo. I work with Girl Potential Care Center as their team lead and founder. And I also work with Green Shiro Limited, which is a waste recycling, waste value addition social enterprise. So I'm privileged to have an opportunity to redo my presentation, Innovative Approaches for Resource Mobilization, specifically crowdfunding and how we can use our digital platforms to make money for the sustainability of our organizations. Crowdfunding is a unique way of raising money to finance projects, individual needs, and businesses. And this could literally mean you could do it locally or in a domestic way. For instance, when some of us are getting married, we create a WhatsApp group to get money, right? Why can't we also do the same thing for the kind of projects we are trying to implement in our communities? Another way would be a door-to-door fundraising activity. For instance, when we started out, it was in COVID-19, and surprisingly, we did a door-to-door fundraising activity, asking our families, friends, and businesses to contribute 3,500. Sorry, I made fixing an uncomfortable conversation. A girl goes through menstruation every month, and we have to use between 3,500
to 12,000 UGX every month. So I asked our community to contribute 3,500, which is the cost of one packet of pads. And this money was meant to purchase material to train our communities, especially girls, to make their own reusable pads. Imagine, in COVID-19, no jobs, no one was making money, but we were able to fundraise 9.8 million UGX, not USD. So if we can do that with our community, before we call Johannes to come and support our organization work, let us do something on ground, right? Also, we have physical collection piggy banks. Those who have gone to housing finance or any bank, you normally see tip sort of, thing containers to collect money. So out of your own will, you could choose to withdraw your big money and remove a katenke and drop in a box to fund our activities. Digital platforms. Some of us have Facebook accounts, some of us have all social media accounts, and others are privileged to have websites. You have those specific buttons where you put donate. Please specify why an individual should be interested in donating to your activity and include payment procedures. There are many ways you can crowdfund digitally. There are platforms like a GoFundMe page. Probably this can be done with someone who is in the countries where GoFundMe works. There are tricksters, there's a donate button that I've just explained. There is also cryptocurrency and blockchain funding. For instance, there is a microcredit company called Impact Market or Libera that supports community work by providing $5 to individuals. Before you come. There is an opportunity for you to pitch to investors, donors, and people who are interested. This is what I'm going to do this minute. So at Girl Potential Care Center, we have 200 beneficiaries and members. We have various social entrepreneurship skilling opportunities, and from those we do make money out of. So today, I'm here to make money, like I said. It was supposed to be an African evening, and because I know most of us would have forgotten, I came with shirts that are made by our beneficiaries. A shirt is 40,000. For those who would like to buy from us, we will be very seated behind. You could come and purchase, and your 40,000 will not only give you a shirt, but will also support our work. Also, if you're privileged enough, please feel free to add a tip, probably $1, €1, depends on you. And that will be very appreciated. And it will not only support our work, but also support our women to improve and be financially sustainable. Also, sorry, I know I'm taking more time. Okay. So the easiest way you can set up a crowdfunding page is set a crowdfunding platform. It could be Facebook, it could be the GoFundMe pages that are out there, PayPal and all that. Set a budget that people should contribute to, and then set an achievement. Let's say if I want to fundraise $5,000 to buy a shredding machine for plastic waste, and tell the people why it's important for them to support that machine and how it will improve your community and your work. Write a compelling pitch, that's a story. Most of us know that. And after all that, when you receive that money, please write a blog and report how you spent the money so that people can keep supporting your work. Thank you so much. I'm Bridget Chigambo, and I work with Girl Potential Care Center. Please buy the shirts. We are seated behind.
And when they say shirts, the men. Okay, one is mine. Yes, and I'm going to buy another one for Kadiofe. Yes, so I'll buy two. Yes, please. Thank you very much, Bridget. I think we need another big hand clap. I'm just imagining, you know, these pressures of theory of change. You don't have the theory of change, you don't have log frames, and then the money is flowing on your phone. You don't have, isn't it nice? Yes? So we can try out that one. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now officially done with technical issues and mind-boggling stuff of civil society, and we're now coming to the closure. But before I come to the closure, we are going to invite our rapporteur to give us a quick summary of the 3 days outcomes. Just now putting the whole 3 days into one piece in like 10, 15 minutes. And as she does that, we shall have Kancha, Mr. Edward Itote, make a statement. Is going to make, Kancha will make a statement. And I've been asked, as we are closing, Kancha organized a WhatsApp platform named Kancha GIZ CSO Conference. It has over 100 members. The question is, should we close it? Should we keep it open? Closing has no why, because the purpose is over. Keeping it open, why? I don't know if I'm clear. Yes? Closing it, it's okay, because the conference is what? Ending with the reception. But why should we keep it open is something that we can agree upon. Should we keep it open? Okay. We'll continue the conversation about that in the group itself. And once we agree, please, we'll keep it open. But the conference will close today. Thank you so much, Annette. You're welcome.
Thank you, Julius. I would like to give the outcomes strategic on what transpired in the 3 days, and Edward will give some of the detail of the recommendations. But I would have these points for learning. First of all, we had diversity of participants for the members who joined us today. We have around 14 districts represented: Masindi, Masaka, Raka, Ikubale, Hoima, Chenjojo, Chegegwa, Kasese, Kabale, Kisoro, Kabarole, Kamwenge, Ntoroko, Fort Portal City, Mbarara, Kampala. Well, that itself gave good learning, exposure, synergies, interaction. And we had presence of the facilitators from the agencies. And from the presentations, I can put this quote, that it's the first time the CSOs are engaging with the agencies face to face, and some of them have not seen them at all. And there was appreciation to Kancha and GIZ to bring this conference to the region, and it's the first of its kind in the region. Most of the engagements have been at national level. What are those summary outcomes? One, awareness about compliance issues. Just being able to dissect what it requires to comply with URA, the requirements, the process, the procedures, where do you find them? And also, I'll just use the simple language one of the participants said, I've looked at the website. The other one was the implication, awareness on the implications of lack of awareness. One, and I'll give feedback from the participants, that compliance is a must, and just came to know on the penalties and its implications, and that the offices that we have resident in our regions, they don't have decisions, so we have to comply as we engage. Understanding of digitalization and impacts. All these agencies have websites, and we have no shortcut
We have to learn to do it. Or we get people in our CSOs to do it. We had a snapshot on sustainability of the CSOs. And we've also been able to learn the benefits of compliance. And there was one quote that compliance is not a burden, but rather we look at it positively for legitimacy, integrity, positive brand building, effectiveness, and image. We also have been able to learn the importance of collaboration and coordination. We have been able to understand how government works, and there are recommendations that there is a need to simplify the process of making returns, simpler, easy, and harmonize the roles of agencies. There was a recommendation that the ED has talked about, and it came out several times, that the Bureau needs to automate. And the other outcome was the feedback about the performance of the Bureau, that I'm glad the questions came to the director and he answered. One of it was the responsiveness of the staff, the timeliness of the response to reduce the burden to the CSOs. There was, the last bit is understanding the positives of digital. We had a good learning about using social media for development, for fundraising, visibility, and effectiveness and efficiency. Another compliance. It was new to the members that while we are making noise about URSB, URA, the NGO Bureau, there are other compliance requirements that we are not fulfilling. And this workshop opened up the understanding of the people that we need to comply with the workplace registration certificate. So let's add that to the menu of compliance. If we think it's a burden, then we are adding on. Yeah? If you just think one child is a burden, then you get twins. You'll know what it means. And then triplets. And the triplets was that if you have a workplace that has more than 25 employees, you need to develop a sexual harassment, exploitation, and abuse policy. And today, we had members recommend that they need understanding on the labor laws, such that they're able to harmonize some of what they have been doing. The laws are there, but the understanding. The appeal, there were 4 appeals actually. The 3 appeals went to the NGO Bureau. One was the making compliance procedures isn't simple. The second one is to have a waiver for CSOs with the penalties. And the discussion was that we were not aware, we were caught uninformed, we are challenged with the resources, we think we have erred now, we'll do it right next time. That is an appeal to the NGO Bureau. The other appeal was to automate the Bureau. And that was compared to URA. You know, URA will always send you an auto note. Please file your returns. You have this tax, the 31st is on the way, and they just file that. So the appeal was that the Bureau should automate and send a reminder, your permit is about to expire. You have 2 months. By the way, even the driving license is doing that. They keep sending us, your permit is about, your license is about to expire. And sometimes you don't read the SMS, you delete it, then another time the traffic officer gets you. So even when you send, the CSOs have to do their work. There was an appeal to GIZ that we need to strengthen network organizations. And the fact that we are sitting here, the recommendation was specific and said, let's strengthen culture. to see that they can support the members in compliance issues. And this will strengthen the CSO agenda. Key issues in all the recommendation was capacities. Strengthening the capacities there. But what is it? More capacity is required, and this was the request from the CSOs. Otherwise, that's it from me. I hand over to you, Julius.
A big hand clap to Annette. I can imagine what it means to compress all the breakaway sessions, everything, a very big lecture from Mr. Kakuru, and compress it and share it in only 10 minutes. I think that is a big expertise in the room. Please, let's give Annette again a very big hand clap. Thank you so much, Annette, with your team for that very great work. And out of all this, Kancha has a statement. Can we give a big hand clap to the ED, Kancha, Mr. Idote? You're very much welcome, sir.
Protocol observed. With the special recognition of the steering committee, strengthening governance and civil society program. Edward Itote is my name. Currently, I'm the executive director, Kabarole NGOs and CBOs Association. I'm not here to give a speech, but rather to give a statement that civil society organizations have prepared in the 3-day course of the conference. Our statement is a 4-pager, and I would love that before we formally put or append our signatures, we could craft out a few areas or even add. Summary. Our statement is entitled Enhancing CSO's Sustainability with NGO Laws and Regulations in Uganda. The 3-day conference for enhancing civil society sustainability with NGO laws and regulations in Uganda was organized by Kancha with support from GIZ under CASP 2, Strengthening Governance and Civil Society Program. This meeting, our dear guests, has been attended by 107 participants, and we have also been happy and so much honored that we also registered 280 participants averagely on the online platforms. So that totals to an average of 390 participants for this particular conference. The conference has been attended by diverse organizations from the many districts: Mbarara, Masindi, Masaka, Rakai, Chibale, Hoima, Chenjojo, Chegegwa, Kasese, Chibale, Kisoro, Kabarole, Kabale, Kamwenge, Ntoroko, Fort Potro, Kampala, Diantonde, and Fort Potro. That's a repetition. And Masaka. The thematic areas that have been represented here include child protection, human rights, economic empowerment, anti-corruption, digital players, environment and conservation, education, WASH, and agriculture, among many others. My dear guests who are here, in attendance also were the representatives of the regulatory bodies, to mention but a few: Uganda Revenue Authority, National Social Security Fund, Uganda Registration Services Bureau, National NGO Bureau represented by the Executive Director, the district local governments, the Resident District Commissioner, the Resident City Commissioner for Potro, and others included NGOs that support capacity building, networks, and fundraising for CSOs. And these NGOs or these networks include the NIVA and Uganda National NGO Forum. This conference was conceived after realization of the CSO's inability to comply with the laws. At the moment, we are able to look at several regulatory frameworks that were not well understood by the CSOs, and that there exists mistrust and unreliable relationship between government agencies and CSOs, resulting from lack of compliance. And this has been a major hiccup in the operations of CSOs. On the other hand, our team players, the CSOs cannot internalize the laws, and that was a serious gap. They feel burdened by the too many compliance requirements that are demanded by the many agencies. And the main regulatory frameworks here we are talking about are the National NGO Act, the Anti-Money Laundering Act, Uganda Registration Services Bureau in its entity, the Income Tax Act, and to mention but a few. The CSOs were advised to build strong relations with all the regulatory bodies that are existing. The ultimate goal of this conference was to demystify the myth that surrounds CSO pandemonium about compliance. And therefore, the meeting tackled the following issues. One, the state of civil society in Uganda, where key areas of focus were outstanding issues from the national perspective, challenges and opportunities of civil society and leadership as a success factor for sustainability of the CSO sector. The Uganda National NGO Forum Chief of Party, Chris Nkwasiwe, provided insights, and the ED of the NGO Bureau. NGO compliance was another issue, another area that we tackled. With focus on this, we looked at understanding issues of compliance with the legal framework, strengthening QAM as a mechanism to improve CSO compliance, and governance in the CSO's adherence to internal controls. The ED Deniva provided highlights on the benefits of QAM and the process, and in addition to highlighting the role of Deniva in supporting CSO compliance. Issue number 3 tackled was digitalization and compliance. This focused on building strong relations with parastatal entities and building strong ties with parastatal entities as well. The representatives of NSSF, URA, URSB presented key insights of compliance and implications of non-compliance. The next issue was sustainability of the CSO sector. The scope of the discussions focused on innovative approaches to resource mobilization, social enterprise building, building self-reliance and sustainability of CSOs, and local fundraising and mobilizing support, as the case you have seen presented by Chigambo, Bridget. Cooperation of local governments and CSOs. We're looking at the subnational level of CSO operations. The conference emphasized the development of strong partnerships between CSOs and local governments and explored participation of CSOs in the policy processes at subnational level, and digitalization, that is the use of social accounts to amplify citizens' voices and as well improving CSO visibility. The conference was highly interactive and encouraged participation characterized by thematic sessions where participants had an opportunity to thresh out key issues. We had panel discussions and expert presentations and plenary. our key outputs. Participants were able to understand the purpose of compliance and key aspects of compliance. The presenters articulated key aspects of compliance and benefits of compliance. The CSOs had an open discussion with the regulators, highlighting out their views. For instance, CSOs felt that the operating environment was shrinking. The penalties by the NGO Bureau for non-compliance were high. The regulators had an opportunity to engage with the CSOs in the region for the first time. It was noted that most of the engagements between CSOs and the government have been held at the national level. There was awareness of the CSOs on the requirements of compliance and opportunities that exist to work with others, such as the NIVA and QAM. By the end of the conference, the CSOs understood the requirements and benefits of compliance. All the presenters and participants recognized the need to understand the regulatory framework and invest in research, and also work with the stakeholders to achieve results to scale up. An individual NGO may not address issues in the sector to cause change. We need collectiveness, and this was noted by Chris Nkwasibwe of Uganda National NGO Forum. We need to have open communication with stakeholders and continue to engage government in terms of the NGO Amendment Bill. And regarding CSO engagement with the government, the credibility of NGOs was looked at strictly. Credibility undermines the capacity of a CSO to hold the government accountable. You cannot demand what you do not have. So NGOs were called upon to be legitimate. Notable quotes, dear guests who are here, that NGOs should adopt or perish. NGOs should either adopt or perish. The preoccupation of the state is to control and suppress self-organizing society. This we all need to know. The government cannot be negative about NGOs because they complement government services. The monitoring and regulating NGO is a process that supports government to riddle fraudsters from the sector, said the Deputy RDC Kawarole, Mr. Bwire, who is right here with us. Compliance is not a burden. Let us look at compliance positively because there are benefits of compliance, said Mr. Stephen Okello, ED NGO Bureau. Express compliance challenges. The challenges are internal and external. The NGO Bureau is not automated to send instant reminders and or stroke feedback in time. Some regulatory bodies have conditions that continue to drive CSOs in multiple processes. For instance, submission of online certificates as well as hard copies. The CSOs expressed limited finances and stringent rules on donor funds. The CSOs have not invested in capacity building and have weak negotiating capacity. On the other hand, NGO Bureau whispered the factors, that's why I want to whisper, that affect compliance. And these are failure to implement corporate governance principles, mindset, people don't appreciate the laws, and the poor reading culture. Weak sustainability, limited appreciation of self-regulatory mechanisms like QAM, poor record keeping. For instance, the Money Laundering Act, the Anti-Money Laundering Act, requires that we keep records for 10 years. And lack of automation, not only in NGOs, but also in the NGO Bureau. There was an understanding of the options available for NGO sustainability, and from the presentations and plenary, the following enablers of sustainability were operating environment, social capital, organization technical capacity, and organization culture and donor relations. Emerging issues. While the CSOs were preoccupied with the URSB, URA, and NGO Bureau, another important compliance law is about workplace registration certificate and the need to have the sexual health policy. Because we're looking at sexual harassment as one particular aspect affecting NGOs. This was not known by the CSOs, and CSOs have been encouraged to plan effectively because the compliance laws define timeliness for submission. Equally, some platforms can register either to avoid the last minute and sometimes requires many other requirements such as signing MOUs. These need to be done at a convenient time. In addition to proper planning, there is need to pay attention to details. Any changes should be made during making returns or filing returns. Appeals. An appeal to NGO Bureau. Members applauded the ED NGO Bureau and appealed for the following. 1, making compliance procedures easy and simple. 2, that there is need to put a waiver for CSOs with penalties so they can get saved and be good CSOs. There is need to automate the Bureau. Appeal to GIZ. There is need to strengthen networks to support members and other CSOs in compliance as a step towards strengthening the CSO's agenda in Uganda. We had the following recommendations to make. 1, NGO Bureau, making compliance procedures easy and simple as highlighted in the appeal, incentivizing compliance, name and award compliance, create conditions that empower local organizations, the ED NGO Bureau should talk to the staff of the Bureau to be up to the task. Let them use emails and communicate so that CSOs don't spend time making follow-ups. Explore ways of making the representation of CSOs on the board to be more representative of the CSO agenda. Automate the institution by utilizing online functions such as the auto-response of expiry of permits. Recommendations for us, the civil society organizations. 1 is to improve channels of communication with government of Uganda, including reporting to district local governments and filing returns on time. 2, we must strengthen internal management mechanisms and lead by example. 3, rebuild the collectiveness and work together to challenge external and internal challenges. These include increasing networking and coalitions. We need a mindset shift, rebrand and package the NGO agenda. Invest in capacity building, particularly putting in place good governance practices, e.g. having credible boards and competent secretariat. Recruiting compliance officers or adding this work to a staff within our institutions to ensure compliance. Embracing self-regulatory bodies like the QAM. Encouraging staff to upgrade skills through self-teaching through the short courses that are free of charge. Embrace digital technology for organizational efficiency, visibility, and fundraising. Understand labor laws and incorporate procedures to comply with. To Kancha and Uganda National NGO Forum, there is need to increase levels of sensitization about compliance and undertaking a survey in digital compliances among CSOs. Development partners, we do recommend from this important conference that there is need to strengthen networks to support members in compliance towards strengthening CSO's agenda. And there is need to make access to funds easy for local organizations. That there is need to make sustainability agenda part of the funding process. And there is also need to finance long-term grants. Currently, NGOs are not investing in innovation, but rather they are investing in looking for funds. Many of the commitments that were made, the ED NGO Bureau committed to talk to Finance Intelligence Authority and URSB to give a certified copy to save CSOs from the burden of continuous travels as a strategy of saving resources. We shall be glad if this is done. The ED will engage the Minister of Internal Affairs on the waiver for the fines. And the NGO Bureau will be automated. Commitment made by GRZ during the conference was that they are going to continue supporting the NGO Bureau and supporting the government of Uganda through bilateral agreements. Dear members of the civil society sector who have participated in the 3 days conference, the steering committee that is here with us this evening, and the ED National NGO Bureau, who has also been an instrumental man for this particular session. Allow me at this point in time to stop here, and also if there are any issues that you feel should be added into this statement, we shall be able to add it or improve, because this will be our document. Thank you so much for listening to me. I want to wish you the best of this afternoon.
Another big hand clap for Eddie. That we are thanking you not for reading Kancha statement. We are thanking you for reading the civil society statement. I hope it is ours. You believe it? With a big hand clap, we believe it? Yes. It is our what? Our statement. Ladies and gentlemen, technical issues of the conference are over. Now, we are at this back end. We are coming to evaluation. We agreed right from the very beginning, in the interest of the environment, minimal paper. So, no use of paper. We are online. Brian, just 2 minutes, come forward and take us through the online evaluation of the conference. Yes, we just want to quickly evaluate ourselves online, and we still want to commit ourselves that every presentation that has been made today will come to you on email. You are invited by email, and all handouts will come by what? By email. You can imagine all these presentations if we had to print. Imagine how many trees would have cut? So many. But we are saying, if you must print, maybe for the office, maybe it's half a log. Thank you so much, Mr. Brian. You can take us through the evaluation. Do you need projected?
Yes.
Technical team?
COG team, could you kindly project the feedback form? Good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know what to say. I am so happy that we've had this massive participation. I want to particularly thank you, the people who are here physically, but also the people online. We have had about 3 conferences in one, if we had to look at numbers. The online engagement was very fruitful, and we are happy for that. Oh, it's the projector. Okay, so while we wait, like Julius has mentioned, we are avoiding any form of paper. And the feedback that we have, I have so far received 19 from the many people. Remember, this is anonymous. Feel free to give any feedback, whether negative or positive. The link has also been shared in your WhatsApp group. Okay, here we go. So it's very simple. This is a simplified link. Those with powerful phones and cameras, if you're able to zoom the barcode, the QR code, kindly zoom and it will take you to that very same link. For those who are not able to zoom, please just simply type in that link and you'll be able to receive the form. Keep them coming. We'll close maybe in an hour or two. For the 19 who have already submitted, I want to thank you very much. So we'll leave the link on while we go on. So I didn't introduce myself. My name is Brian Geoffrey Chanwat. I am the Advisor Digitalization GIZ GCSP program. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Brian. A big hand clap to Brian. He's been behind the online stuff, live streaming with support from COG. Thank you so much, Brian, for making that one happen. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get to the closure. Our closure is very brief. We're going to have only 3 speeches. 3 speeches. We are going to start with Edward Itote, the Executive Director, Kancha. He's going to give his brief closing remarks. And then we shall have another closing remarks or speech from Jackie Kasoma, the Head of Component Strengthening Governance and Civil Society Program, Central Southwestern Cluster, GIZ. And then we shall close with our friend and partner, the Deputy RDC, Bwiri Paul. He is the Deputy RDC of Kabarole District. And I want to say thank you personally as the moderator. I was feeling for you every time I would say, stop, stop. You can imagine we've asked you come and present for an hour, and then you are in the mood, you are in the peak, and like, stop, 1 minute. Please forgive me, it was just for this. Otherwise, I'm a very humble man. So please, for all that has not gone well from the management, from us, we are sorry. And for all that has gone very well, it was because of you. Thank you very much. Edie, come forward for your submission.
Thank you very much. Dear moderator, I still want to observe protocol because we still have another long day. There are still a lot of issues to talk. But before I move forward, allow me to invite my chairman board, the chairperson of Kabarole NGOs and CBOs Association, and a few of the board members who are present today. Kindly come forward. The staff members, I'll introduce them when we are down there. The board members, kindly come forward. I think we are done with the evaluation. We can remove the light so that members can stand here. Yes, we can remove that. Okay. The RDC, Kabarole District, the ED, National NGO Bureau, the ED CSBAC here with us, the Noble Organization, GIZ, and all the leaders within the different advisory departments, the big body, the steering committee, were here with us. Edward Itote is my name. Once again, as I told you, I'll be able to introduce the staff members when we're down because they are busy. Allow me at this point in time, before we close this session, for you to officially know the board members, the ones who give me energy to do what I am doing. I have the chairperson of our organization, Kancha, Mr. Hamilton Kalegira. I'm rightly going to give him a microphone to introduce himself and the board members. So Chairman Mr. Kalegira Hamilton Abwoli, his other name is Saturday. So today being a Thursday, he may not work it through, but I know he's very flexible. Mr. Kalegira.
Thank you so much, Edward. Before I say what I want to say briefly, these being adults and forward moving, you are going to hear their voices for those who came in later. So I know their names, petty names, offices, and so on. But very quickly, say who you are and your role in the organization, quickly.
Kaumza Jennifer is my name. I represent the special needs thematic area on the board.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Dogu Nyakana Patrick. I'm the Vice Chair, Kancha.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm called Mr. Kisembo Asman, representing the thematic area of wash and health under the board.
Jane Kavakama, I am the treasurer on the board.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Kayondo James. I'm presenting marginalized group on the board of Kancha.
Good evening, members. Kansime Slivia, representing Human Rights and Governance on the board. Thank you.
Of course, at a time like this one, when he's an adult, he can speak for himself.
Edward Itote, secretary to the board.
I had taken it for granted that everyone now has known the virtue of his position as ED, is the automatic secretary to the board. But at a time like this, when the hearts are at home, bodies are here, you can't hear hand clapping because I know sometimes the hearts have gone. But let me start this way. A little bit, if I repeat something, you'll know I will be doing it for the sake of emphasis. Yeah? I want to appreciate the presence and perseverance and patience of the participants, the civil society family from different districts of this country and the towns and the cities. You know, when you make your meal and you have no guests to eat it, you get stranded. We couldn't have this conference without these team members coming down here. At least if you are not been able to clap for us, clap for yourselves, all of us. Thank you so much. I like that. But also, if you don't have organizers to make this reach this point, you can't bring guests for nothing. So, Kancha family, the technical team, management, and the governance, I want to salute you so much for being cooperative, forward-looking, and doing what you could do at best. Is it bad to clap for them as well? So this breaks the monotony of silence, even when you're not talking, but at least you're clapping. Is that bad? It isn't bad. But also, this Kancha here, if you don't have a right-hand friend to support you with the financial resources, technical and the rest, you cannot go far. Here, our colleagues and friends, partners, GIZ, in all their categories, want to appreciate you that you have given us a hand of love and support. We have been successful simply because you have lent us a hand. And all of us, I think we can clap for them. GIZ, you are so much appreciated. I want to appreciate those colleagues, subnational, national, and international NGO representatives who are here. We are really glad to have you with us here. And you have blessed our conference here. But also, if you don't have somebody to direct a conference like this one, it can go a mess somewhere. People can begin raising up, talking, moving up and down. You need to have a man like Julius Mwanga to really moderate this one. We are very grateful, Julius, for this. But also you can remember, you can talk all this. If you don't have a team to put it together as a rapporteuring team, you cannot go for so far for sure. So the rapporteur team with the Candle Annette and team, we really appreciate you. You can do all this if you don't have the media to capture it. Show it to the world. It will be like you have done nothing. Our media friends want to appreciate you. And if you don't have regulatory authorities represented here, you could be talking to yourselves. Tomorrow, you could be prisoners of circumstances. If the government of Uganda didn't create the environment where we can operate legally and security-wise, we would be prisoners tonight. And that's why we have leaders represented here, the president is represented here, everybody. This is activity in the light. Finally now, if you don't have a chairman who can trade his line with the team of governance, who is working smoothly with the management and the ED, just conflicts, nothing, no conference, no success. Clap for me. Thank you so much. Please let us keep our lines of communication open as one way of success. Let us keep committed to what we are doing. And above all, love it. You can't succeed in what you don't love. But also let us care. Let us keep genuine networking and collaboration. Let us not pull them down, but raise them up. And also, let us try to keep knowing that life is about learning. You went to the universities, thank you. But there are some learnings that we do outside formal institutions. From our communities, let's open our minds for keeping learning. Let us go digital, globalize, and all these things. Kancha has the capacity, heart and spirit, to embrace the collaboration that we have created tonight in this conference. We are open and we are willing to move any part of this country and beyond to implement the programs that are required to support our government and the entire institution. And after this evening, social evening out here, I will be wishing you journey masses and so on. But before I do that, this is my last statement. Yesterday we celebrated World Environment Day. I want to assure you colleagues, the environment can live without us, but I wonder if we can live a day without its willingness. So I just want to appeal to you to observe nature in its entirety so that we have it tomorrow and the generations to come. Journey mercies, God's blessings. Till we meet again, thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. You can take your seats. Another round of applause for the team. You know, when the chairman does not bless certain things, they cannot take place. So thank you, Chair. He has thanked everyone, so he has made my work very easy. But allow me to add a voice that whoever did facilitation during this conference, kindly stand up and we appreciate you. All our dear facilitators for the breakout sessions, kindly stand up for a special recognition. Thank you so much for the zeal. Thank you for the experience that you've been able to share with us. We are inspired and we are humbled. Next time we call upon you, kindly come and share. Even beyond this region, go and share those voices for the betterment of our civil society sector. Dear members who are here, also allow me to appreciate the team that I have worked with, excluding the staff of Kancha that is still busy undertaking certain responsibilities. And I'm going to invite that team here on my own behalf. So allow me to invite Johannes, Brian, Ula, Daisy, Jackie, and Tassilo. Dear members, this team you see here has been very instrumental in organizing this successful CSO conference. I have Tassilo, who was operating on the airwaves, and he did a great work. He's one person who appended the signature to ensure that you come. So had he not done that, then we would not be here. So I'd like to thank you so much for inviting us for this most important conference. We appreciate. Now, all these industrious men and women, if we had not put our heads together the way you see them, this conference would not have been a success. Join me to appreciate them. And we had one of our pilots who would move back and forth for Porto and Kampala. That is Johannes. He's a great man. Let's kindly appreciate him. And for all the members you have seen, online, Brian has done a great job. I am sure he's also going to receive evaluations from all the members, hoping they don't share a challenge of network and data. The ladies you see here have done greatly as far as the resources concerning this whole conference are concerned. You saw Daisy and Jackie and Ula walking up and down to ensure things are in good shape. We appreciate them. My staff members, my colleagues, I'll be able to introduce them when we are down there celebrating. Let them first complete their work. Kindly get back to your seats. Thank you so much for the great work. I'm happy about that. Members, as you may be aware, yesterday we factored in the celebration of the World Environment Day. We commemorated the World Environment Day yesterday. Let us not leave it here. When we go back, let's ensure that we do restoration. If you can afford, plant a tree. If you can afford, nurture a tree. If you cannot afford, do not degrade the environment. As we move forward, allow me, ED and RDC who are here, to say that within the team of the steering committee, we have a big man called Moses Isowa, doctor. I don't know if he's around here. Dr. Moses Isowa. I think he moved out. Moses Isowa has also nurtured culture to see where it is today. Kindly convey our appreciation. We have read the statement. That statement, we are going to finalize it, and we shall also be able to follow it up as a commitment that we are making here as culture. We shall follow up that statement, but also other commitments that you have made as civil society organizations. So we shall get one-on-one with you, and we see how to move forward. Allow me at this point in time to appreciate the Strengthening Governance and Civil Society program for the milestone. The milestone you've given culture, thank you so much. We are happy about that. Let's keep together as we move forward. I wouldn't want to say so many words on such an important occasion because we have another one where we are going to speak. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite Jackie Kasoma to come and give her remarks for this particular conference. She'll be the person to officially introduce the steering committee members. Jackie, you're welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. As already introduced, my name is Jackie Kasoma. I'm the program component manager under the Strengthening Governance and Civil Society program, specifically for Central and Southwestern Uganda. I'd like to recognize first and foremost the members of the Governance Steering Committee present here today. I will not make you stand up and come to the front, don't worry. But I'd like to recognize the European Union. We have two, just wave, yes, thank you. We have the German Embassy representative, head of cooperation, representative from Ministry of Finance. We welcome you, thank you. Office of the Auditor General, you're welcome. NGO Bureau, Stephen, you're welcome. CS Bag, you're welcome. Moses, NGO Forum in absentia, you're welcome. Representative from Nudipu, you're welcome. Faraja, you're welcome. And we have Deniva. Peter, I think, is not in, but in absentia, you're welcome. And last but definitely not least, Uganda Women's Network, Rita, you're welcome. So we thank you so much for honoring the invitation and being a part of the conference and connecting with the civil society representatives present here today. We do not take the time commitment for granted. I'd also like to recognize the financial support of the German government and the European Union. This conference would not have been possible without this contribution. And it also goes without saying, Kancha and the team, Julius, our moderator, Annette and the team of rapporteurs, and all the facilitators, keynote speakers, we really appreciate all the effort, time commitment, and input you have given into the conference. It would not be fair also to personally recognize my team from Central and Southwest who have stood here before you today. They've been camped in the region for so many days. The planning for this conference started last year, so such things actually take time and commitment to actually pick up the issues and ensure that when you come here, you have time to reflect and have discussions. So I thank you all and I recognize you. Thank you. And last but not least, I'd also like to recognize other colleagues from the governance program here today. They've been somewhere seated between. We have representation from Northern Uganda. Please wave. George from Northern Uganda team. We have an office in Gulu, and then from an office in Bale. Paul, thank you for coming. And last but not least, I'd like to appreciate all of you civil society organizations present here today. I applaud you for being engaged for the past 3 days. We do not take that for granted. You have given us so much reflection, active and lively discussions, and I encourage you to please connect with Kancha to keep the conversations going. And Kancha, we are committed to working with you, to strengthen you, to partner, and to walk the journey with you. As I conclude, I'd like you to remind you about the reception that we have just outside there. Please, let's continue the conversation, let's network, let's deepen the partnerships we already have and make new partnerships, because we cannot walk this journey alone as civil society organizations. So we're starting right away, and we shall end at 8 p.m. I will leave at leisure. And as a governance program of GIZ Uganda, we remain committed to empowering networks and organizations in Uganda to actively shape the development agenda of this country. I thank you. And with those few words, I'd like to invite our RDC to come and close. Thank you all.
Thank you so much. Our ED from the National Bureau, the chairperson, a board, the distinguished guests from within and outside the country, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I want to start with appreciating and thanking the organizers of this engagement for convening us here together. Convening us here for the 3 days is not something to take for granted, and I want to believe that all of us, we are not going the same way we came. I believe that. Secondly, I want to appreciate the good work of NGOs in our country. We don't take you for granted. To some of you we've worked with, you can really see how we appreciate your work. As government, NGOs, you supplement on government programs, and you've helped us in so many sectors. Our country, at least, is going forward because of your efforts. So this is something we cannot take for granted. So on my own behalf and on the behalf of the government, I want to convey our appreciation and pledge to support you in whatever way you feel we should. Please don't hesitate to visit our offices in case of any help. We are there at your own disposal, and we pledge to support you in one way or the other. We realized that when we came here, we had a lot, more so from day one. But all of us here, we are leaders in our different capacities. Not so? Everyone here has the office serving. Now the question comes back to us. The office we are serving, how are we living these offices? Of course, we are not permanent in these offices. Are we living their legacy? Or tomorrow when we are leaving, people will celebrate because of our departure of those offices? Some of us, we have problems in the offices. Yeah, this is very true. People no longer enjoy our services. We are threats to the people we are serving. But we are here for one agenda. Be the NGO, be the government, be what. We are here, all of us who have convened in this place for the 3 days to see the well-being of a citizen down there. Not so. The development agenda of the country. So as we are in these offices today, let's ensure to see that the services goes direct to the person is supposed to. You remember yesterday when I was sharing with you an experience which was very, very bad, and I don't want to repeat it. This is not what we are supposed to do, but we are here to serve our country. So what am I trying to say? Should we stop the blame game and serve our nation? If there are some going contrary, maybe I have not provided the services to your expectation, can't we meet one-on-one? We are all human beings. Yes, I want to agree that some of us, the RDCs, at times also, we use much force to some of the NGOs, much force, which is not necessary. Some of us, yes, have to agree because there are some bad experience we get, but I believe, which percentage can you give us the RDCs in terms of safety? No, of course, yeah. Chair, whom should I direct this question to give me the answer? Now we are evaluating ourselves. The chairman, the ED, can you give us the percentage? Performance specifically to our office in terms of how we relate with you in the fields that are out there. Because we may be here thinking we are supporting you when we are at less than 50%. We need to go and check ourselves. Reserved. Chairman is fearing. But I believe we are above 80. I believe. At least Cavalry is my fourth district to work in. But most of the people, more so in the NGO fraternity, we've never clashed. I've never clashed with any 90%. If I've ever clashed with any, they are all here. They can assure me before you here. But at least just we sit, dialogue, and we move forward. And I think this is the best way we should do. Now, you realize the theme was about enhancing CSOS and sustainability compliance with NGO laws and regulations. Now, the dose we've had here is enough. So tomorrow when we are in the field, and some of these are lacking, now you blame yourself, don't blame us. At least I've been here for the 3 days I've attended, and I've been keen. I've noted most of the things. Now I'm right to go and evaluate you. So there's nothing you're going to lie me around. I'm now updated. But of course, I'm not scaring you. What I'm just trying to emphasize, let's move in the straight way so that we serve our main agenda. The other issue I want to, as I'm summarizing, and most of you don't want to hear it, but it is a bitter truth, to thank the government of Uganda for the conducive environment. For the peace, for the stability we are operating in. This one, all of you are going to agree with me. It is not like the past. Our visitors from outside, foreign visitors, they like Uganda because of the stability and peace. Am I lying? So this is something we shouldn't take for granted. And all this is under the stewardship of His Excellency, Yoweri Museveni Kaguta, whom I'm representing here. I know some of you're partly contrary with the government, but I'm going to beg you, please comply with the government. Even if there's some government you're wishing to lead, be loyal to this one so that the other one finds you. Hope I'm clear. Be loyal to the serving government so that the upcoming government finds you alive. Or else I will not go there. So members, with those few remarks, allow me to introduce myself. I'm Wile Paul Ogalo. I'm the Deputy Resident District Commissioner, Kabariro District. And on behalf of the government and on my own behalf, I once again want to appreciate your roles you're doing, you're serving this country in your various capacities, because now the whole country is here. And I believe at least the 146 districts we have in Uganda, there's no district without an NGO. At least we are serving our country. So members, we don't take your work for granted. We appreciate passionately from the bottom of our heart, and we pledge our support to support you to see that we serve the agenda to our people. I therefore want to take the honor and privilege to declare this 3-day workshop closed. Thank you so much.
Another big hand clap to our RDC. I have just 2 announcements. We are going to close with a prayer. We started with a prayer. We are closing with a prayer. And Jane Kabakama, I'm requesting you to come forward at talking. Secondly, we have a new big team of the steering committee. We had a photo on the starting day. We had a nature photo yesterday. We want to have a photo with you. We are requesting that we are moving out for tea. Let's have a group photo and we close it. And then the other thing I'm requesting all of us is that we have tea served out there. Let's take it before we transit to the reception. In other words, as we transit to the reception, after the group photo, let's take a cup of tea, interact, and of course, some of us who have not come with African wear, Bridget, please be strategically positioned. All of us, the uniform is African wear. But anyways, that little interaction, we are getting, into the mood of the reception. And the reception is just down in the gardens. You are all very welcome. We close with a prayer. Thank you.
Let's rise up and we pray. Lord, our Heavenly Father, we thank you for leading us to the end of this conference. We thank you for all that have supported this conference. We thank you for all our facilitators. We thank you for everyone that has stood to organize this conference. We thank you for the many different ideas we have received in this conference. We pray for renewed strength to go back and implement. And as we leave, Heavenly Father, we pray for divine protection. Keep us one as a team to the glory of your name. This we pray in Jesus' name. Amen. And may the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ and the love of God and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us all, now and forever.
Microphone, they're not speaking.